Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. And we'll go ahead and go to public comment for closed session. Do we have any public comments?
There is somebody who's on the phone, so I'm going to go ahead and answer it. Hello? Are you there? Hi. Go ahead and state your name and then we'll start timer.
All right, thank you very much. This is Rob Minowski. So, I want to say good evening, Board of Trustees. This has to do with your closed session item, evaluation of superintendent. The pretext of this is, I'm very disappointed in what's going on with the Hollister School District today. While it's easy to blame the former superintendent, the responsibility falls in your laps, not the current administrators. What is most disappointing is that when I remind my fellow board members that this day would come. I saw them spending and I saw them but this is not me. I've not talked to any of them, but intuitively know this is our administrators, Sean, and they will give them time and space. I said when I was on the diet, the board of trustees are experts to run the school district, and more time should be listening to their ideas, but what they think is the best way forward, only quickly commenting on any changes you might recommend. Long speeches from each trustee that are sometimes seemingly just speaking to be saying something is painful to listen to and takes up everybody's time, including, and most of all, school district employees. You created the situation, so now the time to recognize, pull up, and listen. Let the administrators speak. If you disagree with their plans, fine, speak up, agree on what you want to change, and then move on so everyone can get a good night's rest and be ready to execute. I'm sure nothing said tonight will be from an overspending superintendent, which is what you should have been listening and stopping before. My thoughts are not just for this crisis, but everyday board conduct. The administrators are capable. We can't afford to lose them in the middle of the crisis that they did not create. This is a severe and embarrassing situation, I am sure, but the district can recover, but it has to focus on the problem, not distractions, which I am asking you to be cognizant of. Good luck to all of you, and that's from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that it was our only, we have a comment? Oh, there we go. That was our only one. Oh, wait, somebody else is calling.
Really?
Hello? Hello, is anybody there?
Hello?
Hi, can you turn off the, what you're listening to? Can you mute it?
Yes, I just did.
Okay, great. Go ahead and state your name and what school you're representing, and then I will start the timer for the 3-minute comment.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I have to get my notes here. My name is Monique Reese, and I am principal at HCLA. And I'm calling tonight. I wish I could be there, but I'm just recovering from emergency surgery. I just got home last night, so I'm not really ready to go out in the world yet. However, I wrote a note that I thought could be added, but now I understand I'm calling instead, so that's what I'm doing. Are you ready for me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Nothing in my 9 years as an administrator at Hollister has impacted our students more than the support excuse me, that our therapists and counselors give our students every single day. It is impossible to quantify the avenues for cost savings to be considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Get better.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it.
Okay. And we will go ahead, oh, do we have a motion to convene to closed session?
Make a motion that we convene closed session. A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, closed session. welcome. We're going to go ahead and reconvene to open session. And we'll go ahead and start with, we don't have any announcements from closed session. And before we start, of course, we welcome the public. It's really good to see you all here today and really interested and concerned about, what's going on with our district. So welcome. If you'd like to make a public comment, there are public comment cards in the back. And we'd like you to, if you could write the specific item that you're speaking on, because there are several resolutions on here. And then we usually give 3 minutes for public comment. And Trustee Marks here will time you. Normally, we're allotted 15 minutes for total public comment, but I think the board wants to hear everyone, so we'll go ahead and hear whoever wants to speak. So please start filling those out and then bring them over here to this little basket if you can. Okay. So we have, the next agenda item is a consent item, approval of a contract, but seeing that you all are here, we'll go ahead and start, if it's okay with the board, with public comment.
We already approved the agenda as is.
Okay,
And
well, last
we did not
time.
make any adjustments.
So we
to
need
anything.
Okay. So let's go ahead to item 9A, approval of contract between Hollister School District and Maximum Healthcare Services. And we have Assistant Superintendent Kip Ward.
But this is a consent
Oh,
item,
okay.
so it's not needing to have any discussion.
So is there a
on it.
motion?
To approve the consent item.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent item.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. So now we'll go ahead and go to discussion action item, superintendent report. Are there any public comments for this specific item?
Nobody's actually enumerated
Okay. Okay, just
anything,
making sure.
but there is a, do we just wait?
I mean, I think we should take the phone call because someone's calling in for public comment.
Okay.
Is that okay with everyone?
The only issue is, again, we have not publicly put that it is for public comment at this time.
We
So
did it
unless-
last time.
So unless the public comment is on this specific agenda item,
Well, we have a bunch of public comment that just is regarding cuts to the budget, or nothing specified at all.
so because tonight is a special board meeting just for the public, you have to specify if you want to speak on what specific item on the agenda. It cannot be just a random, you would have to select something that is right now on the agenda. So if you want to speak on 10A, 10B,
I think they just
10
say
B.
10. I think we could just fill in 10.
well, I don't want to assume
I
what they
will.
want to speak
I'll
on.
just write in 10. I'm gonna assume for all of them.
I'm gonna assume the same, yeah.
Thank you.
Agree.
And where do I write that?
Can we go ahead and
On the
take,
item,
Then I'll
agenda
take
item?
this one?
yes, let's go ahead and take the phone call for public comment.
They literally just hung up, but I bet you they'll call back any second. Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Informed voter. To accept this call.
They have to state their name for the record.
Hello? Hello, is someone, hi,
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're gonna need to state your name and, a school if you're affiliated, and then at that point, I'll start the timer for your 3 minutes.
Informed voters.
You need to state your name.
Ma'am, as per the California Constitution, I do not need to use my name and privacy rights. Also, and all of that as well. As per the Brown Act.
All right, I'm starting your timer.
Fantastic. I am currently aware above the law. There is nothing in this meeting that constitutes an emergency. And I really question the rights of the public that have been violated tonight due to the fact that this meeting was not posted 24 hours in advance as per the Brown Act. In fact, if you would like, I can go ahead and get you the exact part of it. All right, 54956, a special meeting may be called at any time by the presiding officer of the legislative body of a local agency or by the majority of the members of the legislative body by delivering written notice to each member of the legislative body and to each local newspaper of general circulation and radio or television station requesting notice in writing and posting a notice on the local agency's internet website. If the local agency has one, the notice shall be delivered personally or by any other means and shall be received at least 24 hours before the time of the meeting as specified. You are not above the law. Any action taken in this meeting needs to be redacted. This is absolutely absurd. You are not giving the public their rights to be informed as you are to do as per the Brown Act at 54950. So, you need to restart this meeting, properly notice it for the public, or as per, I think it's 54960.1 of the Brown Act, I believe, that if you do not share and correct this, you have 30 days to inform the public of your notice to cure or correct, or litigation will ensue. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you.
Is there any more?
What time is it?
Right here. 4:42.
So, go back to superintendent's presentation.
Or do we do
Or-
the rest of this? Because it's all comment for number 10.
I would like for us to consider that we go ahead and do public comment now.
Okay. In that vein, Sarah Della Maggiore.
My husband would have come, but he's too upset. He's one of the physical education teachers you guys are laying off. We have 3 children, one with special needs. This is the last thing we need on our plate right now. The last thing. Think about that. PE teachers shouldn't have to justify their existence and defend their intelligence every school year. There's not a hierarchy of subjects. Where's the $130,000 budgeted for after-school athletics? Who's being held accountable? Are you prepared for the town and district to never recover from this? What about Diego? What about you guys? I thought we were essential. I thought the PE teachers were essential. Why are these counselors and SEL therapists keeping their jobs over tenured teachers? My husband got Teacher of the Year his very first year in this district, before his credential was even cleared, because he works his ass off. And this is how you repay him? This is how you treat our family? That's bullshit. I'm sorry, but I'm so upset. I'm good. Sorry, I'm good.
Thank you for your comment. Ann Vasquez.
The budget shortfall is astounding and could only in these times of plentiful funding for schools be the result of corruption or incompetence. Knowing several of you personally, As the board, you had a fiduciary responsibility to the community, and you have failed. You failed in that responsibility, and now you are continuing to fail the community. I wasn't going to mention the Brown Act and the meeting posting, by your lack of transparency. Where did the money go? Where is the accountability for the harm you are causing students and teachers? I listened to you, especially one of you blamed Diego, but you were Diego's boss. You hired him, and it was your job to oversee him. And if you resign now and give the community members who know how to do their job. Because you have 60-some people who now are not employed and who have harmed the students and the teachers. And I know a few of you are brand new. I hope you will learn to do your jobs so that this community doesn't have to continue to suffer. And I think the other three should resign.
Cheryl Rios.
I'm Cheryl Rios. I'm a speech language pathologist at Mays, and I'm here as Vice President of HESTA. The fiscal situation that we all find ourselves in is the sole responsibility of each trustee and the superintendent. We've heard that none of you realized what the problems were with the budget and the LCAP. That's unimaginable to me. But that is why we are all here. You approved the budget and the LCAP without knowing what was in them and whether or not they were correct. You didn't look very closely because many of our HESTA members have seen the $10 million in books and supplies. Well, look around you. We have to accept that you did it once, but we cannot accept that you are about to do it again. Trustees, you are being asked to approve cuts to staff that will severely impact the education and well-being of 5,600 children in Hollister without knowing all the budget details that you're responsible for. Our audit won't be available until April, so trustees, it appears that you are once again being asked to approve a plan from another superintendent who doesn't have all the numbers. Not only do we not know the results of the audit, but we also don't know the true dollars we'll get from the state. Governor Newsom keeps saying there's more money. You may be comfortable making life-altering decisions for students and staff before all the information is in, but HESTA is not. We cannot trust that you understand enough of what you're being told. After all, you've complained multiple times that you don't know how to read a budget, and you don't know when you're being given all or enough or good numbers or recommendations. You are trusting without verifying. HESTA cannot afford to trust you anymore. We put you all on notice that we will verify before we consider trusting any of you again. Even with verification, trust is not likely for a very long time. I suggest that before you make any other budget decisions, approvals, or recommendations, you attend any and every workshop or conference CSBA offers, or you are invited to attend the CTA Finance Strand at the Summer Institute. They open it up to board members and administrators. Verification of your training is the first baby step in earning future trust from HESTA. You were elected, and superintendents are hired to safeguard the fiscal solvency of school districts so teachers can do their work for students that is guaranteed by the Constitution. We demand no less.
Erica Robledo Dickens.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Erica Robledo Dickens, and I teach 7th grade math at Rancho. I'm also the Student Activities Director and teach leadership. This is my 24th year in the district. Although I know I will have a job next year, I felt compelled to come and speak to you yet again. I have a reputation, so I'm told, of being someone who is not afraid to speak up.
has no problem letting people know my opinion of things. So it is these reasons and more I feel I need to convey my extreme disappointment with the leadership in this district. And when I say leadership, I'm talking about the people in the district who are making decisions that affect all of us. That would be our governing board and our superintendent. It would be all the directors who have a specific job to be experts in their respective fields, such as curriculum, textbooks, which I assume you have to be an expert in to have 10 million plus monies in the textbook category, budget, program costs, etc. Whether you were elected or appointed to your position, your job carries responsibilities that we all count on you fulfilling. You didn't. Instead, we're here because our budget is a mess, and I just don't get it. Every decision made, our CBO should have made sure we had the money to sustain the changes voted on. Our superintendent should have welcomed questions and supported a culture of transparency instead of just putting up smoke screens and fooling you with pleasantries and good manners. It's your job to ensure that we are fiscally responsible and fiscally sound. It is your job to question everything and do your research. Our situation is embarrassing, it's shameful, it's a joke. Across the street, there's a district that experienced the same pandemic we did and continues to be worry-free, functional, fiscally sound, with no headaches. How'd they do it? Maybe we should be taken over by the state, taken over by someone with the necessary skills and the ability to figure out what needs to be done. And now we have a newly appointed CBO coming from a principal assignment. How do we know he can do the job? What are his qualifications? Is he even in the game anymore? And I'm not saying that to be offensive. These are questions you should ask. This is our future. I don't know what his area of expertise is, but there's a lot that's happened financially speaking. And when you talk about budgets, I totally get how difficult they are to understand. I myself went to a CTA training. I took the finance strand twice. I think I need to go back 5 more times before it actually sinks in. It is difficult. It is challenging, but it's your job. I was on the negotiating team. It was my job so that I could help you guys. It's tough. It's not easy, but it's our job to question. So, a lot of questions. I'm a solutions-oriented person. Maybe we should do the whole, get rid of the whole, unify the whole county and get rid of superintendents. I don't know, but we need solutions. Instead, the board's resolution is to lay off 27 HESTA members, 28 CSEA, and just 9.5 administrators. We're going to have big class sizes, less services, more problems. So I'm a mom in the district. I have a son. PE is his favorite thing to do. Tech issues today, my class alone, 4 of them. Monica's on speed dial. We can't do this job without the support of all the people you are cutting.
Things that they like. I don't know about how you guys are supposed to the students and talk to them one-on-one. It was a whole other world. I welcome you to go and talk to them.
Thank you. Kevin Johnson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ken Johnson. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Sierra Vista. And I'm here tonight to advocate for my students' education by making sure that you, the decision makers, understand the impact that our PE teacher has on our entire student population, both out on the playground and in the classroom. As our PE teacher, Christy Burchard, is out setting up for her day before 7:30 a.m., you can tell that she's put a lot of thought and planning into the lessons that she will be teaching to all the grade levels pretty much at our school during the course of the day. She will teach sportsmanship, structure, fair play, and the value of being physically active. She does this with hundreds of students every day, all day, without an aid. But her impact can also be seen with the students that receive individualized reading instruction and support the 2 days a week that they remain in the classroom with their gen ed teacher and intervention teachers during that PE time. During that PE time, has allowed my students to work in small groups of 5 or less with the focus on reading skills that is very difficult to have in a class of 30 or more students. I have personally seen 1 to 2 grade levels of growth as a result of this program this year. As we all know, everything starts with reading. My students are now enjoying reading more due to their successes in the small group settings. This would be the worst possible time to discontinue this due to the learning deficits created by distance learning, where many students failed to go to school, did not take it seriously, or just couldn't perform to their potential because of the distance learning model. Discontinuing this program at this time would be like taking 10 days of your 14 days of antibiotics. You might be feeling pretty good, but the illness is going to come back. When you consider the physical, social, and academic benefits we derive from our single PE teacher, you have to acknowledge that she is really a big value financially and educationally. So please reconsider and don't cut our PE teachers. Thank you.
Okay, there's a phone call right now, hold on.
Megan.
Hello, Megan?
Megan.
Hello, Megan, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to state your full name and what school you're affiliated with, and then I will start the timer for your 3-minute comment.
I'm just gonna state my name, Megan.
Go ahead.
I'm here in San Diego County.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, instead of cutting the teachers,
If you mute your, there won't be the delay and we can talk better.
can you hear me better?
Yes, this is better, thank you.
Okay, so my question is, there are 2 district seats up for re-election this year. Why don't we just fire the 2 of you guys instead of firing teachers that are actually helping our students?
We can't answer any public comment.
Well, that's my comment. There's 2 of you guys that have been there for a while, that have plenty of experience and should know better, and have done nothing but mess up along the way. You guys have these people's livelihood on your hands, and you guys should go, instead of the teachers helping our students. Just combine the districts from your 2 districts, and leave our teachers out of it.
Okay, do you have any further comments?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Catalina Johnson.
Hello, Board and Superintendent Erica Sanchez. My name is Catalina Johnson. Second grade teacher from Calaveras Elementary. I'm very concerned with all the budget cuts that are being made. We just finished the most challenging 2 years of our careers. I told myself I wasn't going to do this. We are slowly getting back to normalcy. My students tell me every day how much they love school. Our students have suffered a lot over the pandemic, and now with your cuts, they will continue to suffer. PE teachers have been an important part of our school day. The students enjoy the activities during PE. Also, the planning time has been crucial to making sure we are meeting the needs of all of our students. Now, our counselors are going to be cut. When I heard that we would be having counselors this year at our schools, I was elated. Finally, we were going to get needed help for all these children who come to us with so much emotional turmoil. Daniel, or Mr. Romero, has been a huge asset to Calaveras, especially to me personally. He has given me guidance on how to handle delicate situations. He has been our advocate to counsel our students and getting parents on board. He's also saved one of our students' lives. Please do not take our counselors away. We need them. Now I must mention on salary decreases in class sizes. If you have to cut salaries, start at the top. Anyone making over $150,000 can afford a cut in salary. I finally, after 30 years of teaching, feel compensated. It just took me 30 years. But I don't do this career for the money, never have. I do it because it's in my blood. I was born to teach. We took a huge cut and gave up a lot over 10 years ago. I never thought I would be having to defend my career again. Back in 2010, my fourth grade partner, Kim Aiken, and I had over 40 students the whole year. We did it, so we didn't like it. Kindergarten classes were up to 38 students in each classroom. We cannot let this happen again. Thank you.
There's another phone comment.
Diana Flores. Diana Flores.
Hi, Diana, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the microphone over to the phone, and then if you can state your name and the school you're affiliated with, I'll start your 3-minute timer for your comment.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Morgana. I'm Diana Flores. I'm a TK teacher at Arlo Harding School. I've been with the district for approximately, I believe, 25 years now, and my mother also works for the Hollister School District. I'm experiencing a bit of deja vu. This occurred a few years ago with a different set of admin, and I'm very disappointed. But being a team member, I would like to challenge this board to find other ways of means of cutting. Maybe some of the admin in the DO can forfeit some of their salaries instead of taking it out on other, like the PE teachers. We really need that, and arts. It helps the children focus better. So I'm just pleading with this board. Let's find a resolution in other ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Hagan.
Good evening. It's been a minute since I've stood at this podium. I'm not gonna lie, I have not missed it. But I feel, since I was our Teachers Union's president, while Superintendent Ochoa was while he was superintendent, I feel like I have a unique perspective to share regarding the budget. He has been absolutely skewered at recent HSD board meetings. I've heard more than one of you question how he was able to bamboozle us. I disagree that he did. He gave us everything we asked for. He gave you everything you asked for. And he gave us nicer schools. He gave us social emotional leaders at each site. He calmed down that SPED crisis. He led us through the first pandemic any of us had ever experienced. And that last couple of months, after he was hired at San Mateo, he totally flubbed it. He totally did. But that was the last couple of months. Any issues he hid by that point were created with your full support. And with Hesta's support at the time too. I will own that. These were all good decisions. Our schools, our students deserved the money he spent. And we did, though, have concerns. Other bargaining units had concerns, and they brought them to you. I personally brought my concerns about his leadership to you guys, and I was crucified by 3 out of the 5 board members at the time for speaking ill of him. His predecessor and the board that preceded you guys, they trusted her implicitly as she was making the decisions that caused the SPED crisis he had to ease. The parents and the teachers, they came into this very room and told the board all about the problems in SPED. And then afterward, the board said, how are we supposed to know? So here we are, our 3rd superintendent in about 9 years, and in your bargaining units are telling you that there's something fishy with budget. And so my question is, are you going to continue the same mistakes that our board has made in the past? You're in a difficult position. You are charged with hiring the person who runs the school district. And a person who gets that job must be quite personable by nature to be able to rise to the top like that. And it's natural to feel friendly towards this person. But that is not the nature of your relationship. The nature of your relationship, you are the boss. And because of this, the district's decision to cut millions in staffing rather than addressing the $10 million mystery in textbooks and supplies, unfortunately that reflects on you. I ask that during a time when the children of our community are in desperate need of stability, that you publicly commit to a clear and thorough answer to that mystery before cutting a single position. I'm almost done, I'm sorry. That $10 million, it is in the budget. It's part of the math putting HSD in the red. Please do not leave here tonight without sharing an ironclad argument for why we can't cut it rather than jobs. Thank you.
We have another phone call. Hello? Here it is.
Diane Smith.
Hello, Diane? Diane?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. There might be a delay in what you're hearing over there, so you might want to mute it. I'm going to go ahead and put this microphone to the phone so everybody can hear. And if you would state your name and what school you are affiliated with, I will start your 3-minute timer for public comment.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes. Hello, my name is Diane Smith, and I represent CSEA.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Diane Smith, and I represent CSEA. I would like to convey to you all this evening how utterly disappointed I am that we are once again where we are. Cutting people's jobs out from underneath them, but more importantly, impacting the education of the students that we are supposed to be serving in the Holliston School District. We have been here before during times of economic uncertainty, but this is not a time of economic uncertainty. This is money, the students and staff of the district must suffer the consequences. It is the responsibility of this board and the board superintendent to make sure that the district is managing its money properly. And I would like to add that the board has laid positions off, and they have not been asking. They're laying these positions off for lack of funds, but not lack of work. And not once have I seen or heard anybody ask how this work is going to be done. Who's going to do the work of these people who are being laid off? The work has to be done by somebody, but nobody's asking these questions. Who's doing the work? Who's going to do the work? Our students are one-to-one Chromebooks, but who's going to do the job of these technology support staff who are being laid off? Who's going to do the jobs of all of the custodians that you're laying off? The schools have to be clean, so students come to school to clean schools so that they stay healthy, so that the students stay healthy and the staff stay healthy. You need to be looking at those things and asking these questions. Thank you for your time.
Hello? I'm sorry. Sarah Blumquist?
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Sanchez. At 2:15 today, I was sitting with our school counselor in our I-Squad meeting, which is our meeting where the group of us get together and collaborate and check on every student that we know have needs. And we sit and we discuss the things that they need, either academically, social, emotionally, or even if they need some other resources we can't provide. At 2:15 today, Daniel Romero, I'm at Calaveras, by the way. Daniel Romero got the call that he would be on the chopping block today. And it didn't settle well with me. Daniel's been a great friend this year, and he's been a wonderful asset to our school. There was an incident at our school this year where a student did bodily harm to herself, and the two people that took care of her were our health clerk, who bandaged up the wounds, and Daniel, who sat there with her, calmed her down, talked her through it, and waited before the paramedics got there. And this has been an ongoing issue he's had to deal with every week with this student and with other things going on, that if we didn't have him there, I don't know if that student would still be with us. Because this student every single week depends on Daniel being there so he can discuss what he's dealing with Daniel. And it's not just that one student. There are so many students at our school that are in absolute need of a social, emotional helper. They need that development, not just academically, but they also need that to just build who they are. And I just can't understand not having that counselor at the school. As we sat back down and we discussed some of the students, and I could see he was in pain, but he also wanted to talk about how many students could he actually help while he's still there. We're second on the list of the highest population in this district, and we have middle school students at our school. Please do not cut our counselor at our school. He is so absolutely important there for every student, from my first grader that won't stop crying still, to the 8th grader that just can't figure out who they are. And that's what we're dealing with right now. And it's like on a hyperdrive from going through COVID. This was one of the best things that as a group of you have decided was putting the counselors in our school. And I want you to continue that success rate with them. He's not just there for the emergency situations, but he's also there for all of the students who just need someone to believe in them. And I just cannot imagine how our life would be without trained counselors to deal with all of those day-to-day things, because I wouldn't have wanted to be the person that would have had to deal with that situation when it occurred. And he's also there to encourage. He's also there to encourage the staff because some of us have bad days, and he's really good at listening to us. And my mom's been going through some health issues, and he was one to sit and listen to me when I just had to let go of some of the things that were going on in my life. I just can't say enough good things about the counselors, and I know he's one of the great ones. He works with all the other ones to talk with them and help them be the best that they can be at their schools. So please, keep your success rate going with the group of people that you have in the schools right now. Thank you.
Okay, we have another phone call. Are you there? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna turn the mic toward the phone so everybody can hear your comment, and if you would state your name and a school you're affiliated with, if you have that, and then I will start your 3-minute timer for public comment. Go ahead.
My name is Kelly Barthoff. I work for the Hollister School District in the Technology Department. My position and 5 of our other technologists have been laid off. I would like to just express today on my 22nd year of service in the Hollister School District, thank you. I am flummoxed to understand because there has been no transparency to the numbers. I really understand that you must balance your budgets, but I do not see any numbers coming forward other than FTE and layoffs of full-time positions. There's been nothing to show us as a whole where these numbers add up. I need to see that. I need to see that you guys are really doing your job and examining why certain positions are laid off. Getting back to my position as a technology support specialist in the district, we have worked tirelessly through the pandemic. We never took time off. We handed Chromebooks out to students and families and parents and support them through all of this. We continue to do the same. And I do wonder what will happen when you are minus 5 of these people in the district to support the students, the teachers, the staff in the offices, in the business department. We're wondering why we are the first to come down as we were a week ago. Thank you.
Katie, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, if you could, give me a second here, I'm gonna reset the timer. If you could state your name and what school you're representing, and then we'll go ahead and start your 3-minute public comment timer. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Katie, and I'm a parent of a student at Rancho Santana School.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so, I had called in the last board meeting. I felt like I was pretty professional. I did have a petition going and everything. I asked a couple questions. I know you can't comment back on public comments. But, honestly, my jaw hit the floor at how unprofessional the response that I received back was. Basically calling us bandwagoners that were lying, spreading misinformation. And then here goes exactly what we had mentioned that would happen. And now to find out that it's even worse is just really, really frustrating. I feel so bad for all the poor teachers that are having to go through this. If I apply for a job and I don't know how to do it, and then I get confronted that I don't know how to do my job, I don't expect me to be able to keep my job. So I don't understand why you all do. It just seems like the past couple board meetings, just watching the superintendent is always being asked for permission to vote one way or another. Asking for clarification on what you can and can't do. It just seems like, you guys don't know what you're doing. and aren't admitting to it, and you're just passing the buck and leaving it on somebody else. And that's all I really have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Larabelle.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Sanchez. I wanted to talk tonight about the original proclamation, if you will, that you all had when we started making cuts. And that's that you agreed with us that they should come farthest from the students as possible. That hasn't happened. And I know that you are all faced with very hard choices, but again, as others have said, it seems like recommendations are coming down of cutting right next to the students, and we're all just agreeing to it. And that's a problem, right? We're all here for the students. We need to be here for the students. And sometimes that might mean saying no when it's difficult, looking for other options. And I have a couple questions in regards to that. So, number one, like others have said tonight, Diego Ochoa's name has been thrown around a lot. And while I don't particularly have any fond feelings for him, I feel like if he truly did all the things that we think he did, he should be pursued. He should not be allowed to do this in San Mateo. At some point, someone has to do something because he did this in the district before ours as well. That can't have been 3 minutes.
No.
I'm starting from now, I'm so sorry.
Okay, right, but he has to be stopped, right? If he's continuing to do this, it's like a, never mind. I was gonna make a very bad mess. Okay, my second point is that our cuts should not be made until we know our budget. I know we have to save for budgetary purposes if things are going away, but there are these sacred one-time funds that continue to be talked about. Are they more sacred than all of our teachers and all of our staff? It is simply a Band-Aid to use one-time funds. But we have no idea how much money we have until May, so perhaps we just need a Band-Aid to get there. I compare this to making purchases when you look at your bank account and you see a question mark, right? This is pretty much what we're doing. We're making cuts. We're not spending on things. We are spending on things when we have literally no idea where we are. We can't agree to these things with all these people's lives, right, before we have any idea where we are. Another point I would like to make is transparency. We have had, HESTA has had a lot of trouble with it. I am the HESTA treasurer, I forgot to mention that. We have not been given a lot of information in regards to numbers, reports, where we are with all of this money, right? We are bargaining partners. We should have that information so that we can understand where we are. And it's the same with the community. We have all these people calling in. No one has any idea where we are. Is that because the district has no idea where we are? We don't know, right? We finally received a report today about the textbooks that have actually been spent, the money that has actually been spent on it, after asking for it for 2 weeks to a month. It's less than $1 million that has been spent. We have 2 months left in the school year. Is there really $9 million more that are going to be spent out of that? Seems kind of like it's not going to happen. My last point I'd like to make is just a plea for transparency. I feel that the district is making the board look even worse by not telling everyone where we are. If you have made cuts in places other than staff, tell us, because then it'll make us feel a lot better. At least we're trying, right? And there's just little to nothing. All we get are the board agendas posted somewhere around 5, and they don't tell us much except that we're all being cut again. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Another phone call? Hello? Hi. If you'll go ahead and give us your name and what school that you're calling about, and then I'll start your timer. Go ahead.
Oh, but there's someone still talking.
Can you mute?
My name is Ann Hayes, and the school I'm working in is Brent.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead. You're probably going to have to mute.
Okay, my name is Ann Hayes, and,
You need to mute there's a delay, so you need to mute what you're listening to while you speak.
I need to what?
Mute what you're listening to while you speak.
Okay,
Okay, now you won't be confused. Go ahead.
okay, so my name is Ann Hayes, and I work at Rancho in special ed. So, whenever I hear about necessary cuts in education, it just always seems ridiculous to me, because we all know that public education is underfunded and underappreciated. And
Go ahead.
okay, so at least that's what people outside of education tell me. Cutting jobs of people who directly care for students is going to negatively impact this whole community. And what could be more important in this world than the education of children? For example, we have been told, and I'm definitely trying to work on the social and emotional development of children and emphasizing also health and well-being in what COVID pandemic. And for example, how can cutting elementary PE teachers possibly be a good idea if we really do believe in the health and well-being of these kids, and we really do want them to grow in a social emotional way? Now, cutting just that program, they're going to be in the classroom even more and having even more stress. And that's just one example. Also counselors. But I also want to address a larger picture. I mean, the fact that cuts seem to be the go-to solution in this district makes me think that there's something missing. There's something missing or remiss or wrong with the culture of this leadership. I don't think it's been developed over time. And I just ask myself, what piece of the puzzle isn't there that makes this an acceptable solution? I mean, whatever you do tonight is potentially going to negatively impact all the children in this whole community. I mean, I can't understand how this is acceptable to you. Why does this keep happening again and again? What is it that you aren't doing that this happens again and again? Tonight, please don't damage the education of children in this community. Look into your heart. Build your skills. Find another way to run things. Whatever it takes. Educate yourself and do whatever needs to be done to stop this cycle. Change the culture. And don't do more damage. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Hagan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Higgins. I've been at Marguerite Mays for 25 years. Tonight I'd like to talk about some of our young teachers. I've known a lot of young teachers over the years because for oftentimes reasons like we're seeing tonight, we have a huge turnover rate in this district, and we always have. I want to talk about their approach to what's happening right now, because I think it might surprise you where their mindset is and how positive it is. You know, because a lot of times I feel like I'm supposed to be sort of a mentor to them, and a lot of times I feel like it's really more like the opposite. Like I feel like they're more like a mentor to me. We have some caring, enthusiastic, dedicated young teachers. And I want to talk about something that happened on Tuesday in what would have been our staff meeting. We were doing independent study contracts instead because of an agreement to get through them all. But when we were all finished, when our staff meeting would end around 4:45, 5 o'clock or so, I went over to say goodbye to them. And they were sitting in there, we got to talking, and they didn't ask me questions about layoffs. They didn't ask me questions about, what I thought might happen, who might be protected, things like that. They weren't worried about their jobs. We were talking about how we could fundraise for our 8th graders, kids who couldn't afford to go to Great America, how we were gonna have a graduation dance, things that used to be taken for granted. And a lot of troubles have been made over the years, and things have changed in the district. That's another month to talk about. But the point is, we were sitting around and we were talking about things like that. We were talking about what we could do for students. These people presumably are on the chopping block, your chopping block. And they're not worried about that. They're worried about what they can do for students. And they're helping me try to figure out how to help these kids and make sure that they have a good 8th grade year and a good finish to the 8th grade year. And I think that's one of the most commendable things I've ever seen. So I want you to think about that, and I want you to think about the fact that we're looking at I'm looking at the last 4 or 5 years and the amount of money we've spent on textbooks, and I'm looking at this year, looking at 10 million and saying that it's about the same as we've spent in the last 4 or 5 years. You guys have asked the question, why is there so much money in the budget for this? We have asked the question, as Hesta numerous times, you guys have asked it, what's the answer to that? Until we have an answer to that, I don't think we can proceed with cuts. It doesn't make any sense because we're cutting people and adding books, and as much as I do love books, I don't see the logic in that. I mean, I think that we have to get an answer to that question before we can move on, because we talk about names and papers and things like this, and we say, no, they're not names, they're people. These are not even just people, they're stories, they're great stories, people who want to help, and we don't want to lose them. So I urge you to find answers that don't cut them. Thanks.
Do you have another phone call?
Call from. Call from.
Hello?
Hi, this is Kim Taylor.
Okay, hi Kim. I'm gonna go ahead and put the mic toward the phone so everybody can hear, and then I'll start your timer. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Kim Taylor. I'm an advocate. I'm not able to attend this meeting in person because I no longer live in Hollister, but I'm still just as passionate and concerned about the families, students, and educators in Hollister. I truly wish that I could be with you tonight to support you. First, I do want to acknowledge what Diego Ochoa and Gwen McCarran have done for the San Benito County children who have needs for special education services. As you know, just a few years ago, Hollister School District was out of compliance with multiple federal and state special education laws. There were serious violations that triggered formal complaints and investigation by the California Department of Education. Multiple due process suits were brought against the district by Disability Rights California, private attorneys, and parents. In order to bring the district back in compliance, changes had to be made. Money had to be spent, and numerous district and school positions had to be filled. Mr. Ochoa and Ms. McCarran listened and responded to the needs of the kids and their families. They made the changes. You are starting to undo the changes that they made. I do not envy your responsibilities as Hollister School District board members. You are in a tough position. This district has a long history of financial challenges and questionable practices that have led to multiple problems that have impacted everyone employed by the district, and most importantly, have impacted the students. You are heading in the same direction. I am sickened and disappointed at the decisions you are making, and I still have yet to hear where the financial bleeds occurred. I also don't understand why early retirement packages are not being offered, furlough days considered, and other steps to avoid this reduction in force. You are not only making cuts to special education, but also to the mental and physical health of Hollister students. Cut PE, and you have cut opportunities for inclusion of special ed students. You have no idea of the workload that teachers and support providers already deal with, and you are putting the district in danger of being out of compliance with Ed Code. Remember, lack of funds can never be the reason for denying special education services that provide provide a free and appropriate public education. Make cuts to special education, and there will be a repeat of what happened just a few years ago. Complaints will be filed, and there will be lawsuits. In the meantime, who suffers the most? The kids who will once again have to wait to have their needs met. Thank you.
Okay, Nicole Felkins.
All right, good evening, everyone. I am the president of HESTA, the Teachers Union. I have so many ideas floating through my head. It's just, it's so much. And like, I don't even feel well right now. Like, it's just so much. And thank you, everyone, for speaking up in your passion for your students, because it's all about the students. Thank you. You're about to let go almost 1/10 of our staff, 8.7% if you include the previous layoffs. That's insane, and that's just for HESTA alone. And we know they're building more homes. We're going to have more kids. We always get more kids, and especially with RISE collapsing because they were laid off, we're going to have more kids in the school. And so someone spoke about counselors. Who do I call when a kid cries in my class? Because that happens at middle school. And if you're going to increase our class sizes, it'll just be like my first year with 34 wild 7th graders, and we're going to have new teachers, so they're going to have to deal with that. And so we just won't have the support that we need, and that leads to burnout, to people quitting, finding other things, and greener pastures because it's available because we're in a teacher shortage. And so I have all these ideas. So the next thing is when we get all these new teachers, it changes the culture at the schools. You have to build those relationships again, replace that camaraderie that you had before. And that's so hard. It's just like a roller coaster every year. It's a lot. And we're in a mental health crisis, and we know people go through mental health issues, and it's just so hard on our psyche to deal with this. And I know it's so hard on yours as well. I've been told, you know, give them grace. They're working on it. You'll get that report. Don't worry. And I'm just like, I'm out of grace. I'm out of patience. Okay. And these programs, like I read an assignment this person did for their master's program about how horrible Eureka Math is, but she said it in like a really smart way because she analyzed it. It doesn't serve our EL kids. It's very text dense and lack pictures. And it looks like I'm seeing a lot of people nod their head. So, okay. No one asked for our input on these cuts. And like, if you cut our salaries and stuff like that, then we have to bargain it. And like, we don't even know unaudited actuals for this year until August. So I'm just gonna direct my bargaining team to, yeah, just agree to these cuts. We'll lose our benefits, even though we're in a health crisis and things are so expensive. Like I went to get my blood drawn, it was like $300. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's insane. Just to get my blood drawn. To find out I'm deficient in vitamin D. Thank you. There were whistleblowers. After I spoke last time at the meeting, where were the whistleblowers? Someone spoke up to me and expressed concern about the prior superintendent to a board member. And that night at midnight, she got a Google Meets meeting by the superintendent to say, meet me in the morning. And he yelled at her. And someone else was present in that meeting. And she was gone a few weeks later. CTA says this is BS, that I shouldn't really worry because you're getting lots of money. I don't want to hear how sorry you are. I really don't want to hear that. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a chance to make comments later as needed. Moving on to 10B. Oh, I'm sorry, 10A, Superintendent Report.
Okay, so good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming. I understand that this is a very challenging time, and it is not a time of that we can just take very lightly. It's not a time to forget why we're here. Several of you said it and we're here for the students, most definitely. I could tell, you know, there's a lot of passion in the room, and I know that we will be able to answer some of the questions that have been asked and posed of the board and the superintendent through this presentation, and it is my hope that there's a better understanding in regards to the situation that we find ourselves in and why we are here tonight, yet again, to consider further reductions in staff. So with that, if we can please get the presentation. Thank you. I'm not going to go through the timeline in regards to the different budget cycles, in regards to the different reports that have been made to the public and to the audience members. However, if you're interested in knowing how we got here and what the trajectory has been, there are several videos on YouTube where we have public board meetings that this was talked about to a certain degree as the cycles continued for the budget and we knew more. We did talk about it in a public manner, and therefore they're on the YouTube channel. So feel free to look at those. But today I want to talk about what we do know based on second interim. So last week when we had a board meeting, we talked about how we needed to wait for second interim to be able to determine where it is that we are financially. We've also talked and had a financial consultant present in February that analyzed the last 15 months of the Hollister School District's finances. And in the last 15 months, what was found is that there's great variability in the finances of the Hollister School District, and that is why, part of the reason why we're here. So from one budget cycle to the next, we would have a healthy reserve, and then the next cycle we had a deficit, and then it would swoop back to a healthy reserve, and then to a financial deficit. So when a budget does that for 15 months straight, prior to June 30th, or prior even to just the current school year, there's something wrong there. There's an issue there. And so what we know for a fact is that that constitutes a structural deficit, a structural need. The whole structure of the budget and all the ways that we approach our finances are deficient, and we need to do something about it. And that's what some of these decisions are. So first interim was reported on December 14th. And at that time, in that report, we knew that we were deficit spending by approximately $3.1 million, 3.3, and we needed to make $2.7 million in shifts, salary shifts for classified and certificated staffs, from unrestricted, the money that you can spend in legal ways, obviously, for California public schools, to restricted, the ones that are coming for one-time monies for the CARES funds, for the COVID funds, anything that was left over. And what we're talking about is, we're going to go into it deeper. But another thing to think about is that for this year, because there was a compensation increase, compensation increases are great. Our staff deserves them. We need to be able to attract and retain staff. I'm aware of that. But what happened for our particular school year in 21-22, 10% of our compensation increases was paid out of the current year. That was not planned, but that was a delayed approach to how our compensation raises were approved. For those of us that have been here long enough, think back to when was there a time in the district that we approved 10% in 1 year? It's no fault of anyone in the room. It's no fault of anyone. I'm not here to blame anyone. I'm not here to look in the past, I'm here to speak the facts. And our reports substantiate the facts, and that's all I'm doing. So in first interim, we knew that there was $3.3 million in deficit that we recommended to address via staffing reductions. Another reason that we had to look at staffing reductions was because our budget makes up 93% of our staffing costs, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. And then that's where we go to the $2.7 million in salary shifts. Had we not made these salary shifts, which actually ended up being $5.9 million to one-time funds, we would not have been able to pay certain employees for the remainder of their school year their monthly salaries. That's very serious, because we're working hard. Everybody's working hard. You're working hard every day, and you deserve to be paid. Had we not moved it to one-time funds that expire and are not renewable, there's several people in this room as well and at our sites that would not have been able to be paid for the remainder of the year. And I'm going to go into that. So what do we know in regards to second interim? First interim was in December. Second interim will be reported out next week. Second interim was built from scratch. And I like to think of things, I'm very visual. I like to think of things in a way that I can understand. So if in a typical and normal circumstance, when you have a budget, one of the first cycles is interim. It's one of the foundations to build second interim from. So what we're saying is that the foundation, first interim, was not stable. It was not consistent. It was not reliable. It's like building a house on a rotten foundation. You're not going to build a house on a rotten foundation. You're going to wipe out the foundation, lay it new, and start from there. That is what's happening with second interim. First interim got wiped out. A brand new model and a brand new opportunity was utilized to scrutinize every single dollar and line item that would build second interim. It's not done yet. We need to talk about why it's not done yet, and that'll happen in the next few moments here. What we know so far from second interim is that we are looking for next school year at a projection of $925,000 in increases of expenditures due to our step and column. Step and column is a natural ability to move up on the salary scale. We're not disputing that, and I'm not disputing that by no means. It's the number that is derived by the current number of staff that we have on our books right now. That's almost $1 million. We also have $636,000 based on our current staffing rates of increased expenditures to make the adjustments for STRS, PERS, and unemployment costs. That is a solid number based on our current staffing. Then, this one's going to get a little bit confusing, but I want to please remember this number, $1,700,000. That number is about to be added to next year's budget to cover our custodial staff, all of them, and I will explain why. Remember that number. So for this current school year, we have added 49 positions. What we did as a district is something wonderful and admirable. We built a $52 million school. That was in the works for many years. We never, as a district, talked about how we were going to fund all of those new positions. We closed down Gavilan Hills School and opened up Rancho Santana School. That's thriving. But that school needed their own set of staff. And I've been watching these board meetings for many a year now. How and when did we as a district or as a community ever even talk about how we were going to pay for the salaries of those staff members? We didn't. All we did is we just added that cost to the top of the expenditure line. We didn't take anything away. We just absorbed that cost. That's something to think about because it's significant. It's a whole school of staff, and it's not the school's fault. It's not the school's community's fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's a collective thing that we as a community chose to do. We just never addressed that. We also, due to COVID and all of the related impacts, we added staff. We added the third custodian back to every school site. We had been sustaining cleaning schedules with 2 custodians at every site for some time. Because of, please let me finish. So what I'm saying is that because of COVID, we did add staff. Some of them were to mitigate the spread of COVID. Some of them were to help support our staff out on the yard, for example, additional yard duties. We did, as a district, do a very wonderful thing that's very highly successful, and it is helping us with our students in regards to social emotional supports. We added school counselors, we added school social workers, and we added mental health therapists. That program, as great as it is an investment of $1.4 million. We did not remove anything from the budget to bring that on. How are we going to fund that if it's funded out of one-time funds when those one-time funds expire? We also added, for special education purposes, which are legal requirements that we fully understand and recognize, positions such as paraprofessionals. When new students move into our district with one-on-one aides in their IEPs, we acknowledge that and we fill that need. We hired translators to deal with the backlog of all of the IEPs that were needed. We hired a speech and language pathologist assistant and a school psychologist so that we took the model that every single school would have a psychologist. All of these positions are an investment of funds. We will need to answer, how do we continue to fund them if we haven't removed anything from the budget that is going to be an ongoing cost? We'll talk about that. And in another area, so there's 4 different areas, we did hire an HR certificated analyst. We did add 6th and 7th grade teachers to the elementary schools that are expanding, and those are costs as well. They're all good. There's nothing wrong with them, but they are an investment of funds. So we also know that we did not reduce expenditures sufficiently in a long-term capacity because we only started looking at this structural deficit this July and August and September, and in October we started to make decisions that they were small. They have had a positive impact, but it hasn't been long enough to offset the 15 months of variability in the budget. As a district, and this is key, this is going to answer a lot of the questions that were posed today. As a district, we did not and we do not have a plan of how to fund these specific positions moving forward. We truly don't. That's the honest truth. Funding the positions with one-time funds, as we've heard, and I agree with the public comment, is not sustainable. It's a Band-Aid. It truly is a Band-Aid. We are currently reacting. We're being reactive instead of proactive. We're being reactive to not having a fiscal plan in place to manage the decisions that were made to add these positions. We don't have a plan as to how it was that we were going to cover all the new staff for our new school. Most situations would not lead to something like this, but ours does. It's the perfect combination to have a financial situation such as ours. It is what it is. We have to own it, and we have to work on it to fix it. That's what these kinds of meetings are, as uncomfortable and as just awful as they are. That paragraph right there, those couple of sentences are really what the cause of all of this is. We need to really now consider what we need, what we want, and what it is that we can afford as a school district. And those three things need to be what leads our priorities as a district. What's happened is that sometimes we create programs, and programs are good. Staffing is excellent and essential for our students, but not everything is sustainable. Now is the time, unfortunately, that we've come to the moment in history of the Hollister School District that we're going to have to make some decisions as to what it is that we can continue to afford and what we cannot continue to afford. So, I'd like to explain this part. During first interim, there was $2.7 million of salary shifts from unrestricted to restricted one-time funds that were necessary. This would have allowed the district, and it did allow the district to become a qualified budget. It was not even positive, it's qualified. We're currently qualified. The one-time funds are a combination of the remaining portions of ESSER 2, ESSER 3, carryover lottery funds, which by the way were in books and supplies coming into this year. Those should be covering salaries, and they are now. Classified and certificated, not admin. Classified and certificated, I want to be clear, because there's a lot of conversation as to what dollars are going where. There's also a leftover money in something called in-person instruction that we use to cover salaries. We also looked and took the expanded learning opportunities funds. For those of you that have been in education for a long time, you know that sometimes back in the day, accounts got swept and they were used for other things. This is a one-time moment in our history, current history, that we're sweeping one-time funds to cover the salaries of folks in the positions at the bottom of the screen for the remainder of the year, because we didn't have enough money. So that equaled $5.9 million of one-time funds until June 30th. We have school nurse, yard supervisors, school counselors, mental health therapists, school social workers, lead custodians, physical education teachers, custodians and campus monitors. The reasons why these were picked was because they fit the categories of the one-time funds, and we were able to document and prove that these positions helped mitigate COVID and met the requirements for the expenditures of those funds. Had we not done that, we would be having a whole other conversation of, guys, how do we pay you for the rest of the year? Where else do we cut immediately, mid-year cuts, instead of at least trying to wait till the end of the school year? That's the situation that we're in. So we know that we shifted $5.9 million in salaries into one-time funds. One-time funds means just that. They're one time. We don't get them again, and they have an expiration date. So now we need to determine, of those positions that are in one-time funds, how many or which ones are the ones that are needed, which ones are the ones that are wanted, and which ones are the ones that can be afforded. If it were up to me, and I'm sure if it were up to the board, they want all of them, just like you do. But we don't have an ability to have an infinite amount of resources. We have a very finite amount of resources. Going back to that dollar amount I asked you to remember to keep in your mind, $1,700,000. So we know that our schools to operate need to be kept up. I would consider that an essential expenditure. So now, knowing that we funded custodians for this year out of one-time funds, and those funds are going to expire, those positions will need to go back into the regular budget. In the regular budget, what are we going to take out to continue funding, for example, custodians? That is where we're at. It's a puzzle, and we're going to have to figure it out together. So in order to move forward, there are recommendations to make significant reductions to maintain the balance in the budget and the multi-year projection. There were reductions, as you know, on Thursday, March 3rd. Those were equivalent to $2.1 million. So we still have a target to move towards. Why was it not equivalent to the exact dollar amount of $3 million or $3.3 million? Because our employees have a legal right to bump when necessary. We have to take into consideration, if I am going to be laid off, but I'm more veteran than my partner here, I'm going to bump her of the least senior person. So therefore, the total amount of savings with the reductions enacted last week are $2.1 million. And one thing that I want to be clear is that just because the resolutions were adopted and approved last week does not mean that a full layoff will take place. It starts the layoff process, but it does not end the layoff process. The layoff process will end in May, when more information will be known. The resolutions that were approved last week and those that are going to be considered tonight will allow the district to have the flexibility, should it need to, move forward with staffing reductions. A layoff does not happen in a day, a week, or even a month. It's several months worth. I also am connected to the community, just like you are. I'm hearing that, some of our probationary teachers think they're all going to be laid off. I would not say that. That's not the case. We have to wait and see what's going to be the fallout of what has been approved. It doesn't mean that everyone that's probationary is going to be receiving a layoff notice. That's not what that means. I want to be clear, because having been laid off from the district multiple times, I know the anxiety that a layoff triggers. It is an uncertain situation, and it's not one that we want to perpetuate untruths. If I can set the record straight tonight, I'd like to do that. We are currently operating with a budget reserve that will cover less than 1 month of our salaries for our staff. So we have been reducing our reserve. It's not a bad thing when you are implementing programs that are good for students. It's just a fact. And now we have to deal with it. If we want to increase our reserve and have a cushion, we're going to need to consider that. If we're okay with having less than 1 month's reserve level, then, that's okay too. So without further staffing reductions, we would not have a positive outlook on the budget in the years 22-23 and 23-24. And the only reason why we made it this year is because of the salary shifts that were made. But in the upcoming years, if we don't make the reductions, we will need to have more reductions, because all of the deficit just gets compounded. If we think it's bad right now, if we wait, it's going to get worse. It's like if you have a bill at home and you don't pay it, you get charged interest and more interest and more interest. That's the same thing here. That's one thing to remember. If we do not take action, the severity of what will come is much greater with time. So what if we don't approve the recommended reductions? That's part of it. Our budget will continue to be 93% of salaries. our deficit will continue to grow, and our budget will become negatively certified. What that means is that the County Office of Ed would take control of the finances and the decision-making of the district. I know some have indicated, well, maybe that's a good thing. You know, that's not for me to say, it's just for me to state. That would be the trajectory that we as a district would undergo. As unpopular and as just challenging as this time is as a superintendent, believe me, no first-year superintendent would want this position right now. It is my job to be a financial steward, and it is my job to be honest with whoever will hear me in regards to where we're at. I'm not going to lie to you. As tough as the news are, this is what it is. So we did adopt resolutions for reductions, and that was equivalent to 2.1. And as the year has progressed, the reason why, it is increasingly clear that although everything is good and all of the good things that have been put in place are benefiting our students, we simply just cannot afford them all. We have looked at vacancies. We have looked at future vacancies. Some of those positions tonight are going to be vacancies or known vacancies. Some of those positions are district office reductions because we are trying to keep them away from the classroom. In the classroom, we know that there's students. Directly next to the students are the classroom teachers. As you can tell, we have not made reductions to the classroom teachers in the sense of other than PE. We are looking at reductions in all groups. If the reductions are approved tonight, we're looking at that 8% for HESTA, 8% for classified, and 12% for administrators. There's 37 of them in that group. There's not much more to cut. One thing to remember as well, when we talk about, we want to know where the savings are. Administrators did not get the compensation increase that the other groups did get. To be fair, I feel that I must mention that. Some of the next steps are that we will submit all approved resolutions to the County Office of Ed. We are required to submit a fiscal stabilization plan by or with second interim. We are going to begin meeting with staff in regards to the original resolutions that were adopted so that staff have peace of mind and they know who they are. We need to continue to work on the actions from the February 15th meeting with our financial consultant. We need to implement staffing ratios. We don't have that other than our class size MOU with HESTA, which will expire June 30th. We used to, as a district, have ratios for yard duty, for custodial hours, for secretarial hours, for librarian hours, and so on. We don't have that. We will resurrect that. We also need to get control of position control. We have position control, but when we post one position, that means the district should be hiring one position. Instead of what has happened, we've hired 2 positions or 3 positions of that same classification. That means that we need to work on the control of position control. We also need to look at our student ADA and how we're doing there. We need to inform the San Benito County Office of Ed in regards to all of the actions that we're taking towards fiscal solvency. We need to create and implement and submit that fiscal stabilization plan, part of which are the reductions. We also need to now, as interesting of a concept as it is, we're looking at the challenging times of the budget, but we also need to look forward. We need to look forward through the LCAP process and engage folks truly and legitimately so that we can know what our community wants in regards to what to fund out of the LCAP for the next year. I don't want to assume that what's in the LCAP right now that our community will want to fund that next year. I think that would be the wrong thing for me to do. So therefore, some of those positions in the LCAP are also part of the list that went into the one-time funds. We also need to adopt resolutions or engage in any of the necessary negotiations processes that could potentially impact the budget. There's a resolution tonight which does not trigger anything. It simply lets our bargaining groups know that this is a possibility. Nothing can change in your pay. A furlough day cannot be established. Your step and column cannot be frozen. Your health and welfare benefits cannot be diminished or reduced or decreased unless it is negotiated. It cannot be unilaterally implemented. That's not what tonight is. That is something that I'd like to be clear, because I think there's a lot of misconception as to what it is that we are talking about. So if we wrap it up and we think about, if it were us, if this is your own personal budget, you would put limitations on yourself on your spending. You would look at what cost savings measures you would need to have, and you would put things in place. This is the same thing, but on a greater scale, because we're an organization responsible for those 5,700 students and more than 600 staff members. So it is an important decision, and it is all about fiscal stewardship. That's what tonight is about. So, if the board has any questions for me?
Do y'all want to go take turns or popcorn style?
Popcorn.
Everybody okay with that? Okay. Who would like to go first? I'll go first. I got notes. First of all, thank you, Superintendent Sanchez, for giving that thorough and I think, honest feedback. Like some of the people that said when they called in and spoke, I was also angry, frustrated, upset, couldn't believe it. Somebody has a sign out there that says again. I actually said that again. We were just here last Thursday. I'm not upset at any particular person. I think I'm upset at the situation that we have landed in. And I think I agree with a lot of what was said. It is our responsibility. It is our fault for not asking questions, the right questions, for not understanding the budget the way we should, for trusting and not verifying. Somebody said that. Fool me once, what do they say? Shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So I'm not going to do that. For me, I have a lot of questions. This information came to us. I'm just reading it just before we got here. I am not comfortable making big decisions. I made notes here for myself that impact our community. We are one of the largest employers in our county. Whatever we do, and especially layoffs, will impact our community. And especially during this time, I can't do that. I can't do it without understanding what I'm voting on. And I know that I will say Superintendent Sanchez, and if I can say for the board, we've been really trying to be thoughtful as we can with what we have. We really have. And I do appreciate, you listening to, some of the ideas that we have. We need to do something. It's clear. We're in a mess. We need to take responsibility and do something. But I want to check. I'm not trusting. I need to verify. I need to understand this information better. Some of us have been taking workshops since January, once we started hearing and we started signing up. So we are starting to try to, do this. I can't believe that I'm actually agreeing with one of the first public comments, which is our former board member, Rob Bernowski. I think he'll laugh when I say that. But some of what he said is true. Our fault. I'm sorry is not enough. And we got to do something about this, and we got to be mindful and do it with all the information that's required. And I know we don't want to cut people unnecessarily. Although I'm glad Superintendent Sanchez explained, right, that just because we pass a resolution, it's not an automatic layoff, but, it's still a worry. Totally understandable. What else? Creativity. I think I would like to ask us to be creative. Ask the board, ask the superintendent, do we have to cut positions? Can it be something else? There's a resolution in here for looking at furloughs. I'm really interested about that. I'm really curious for us to talk more about the 10 million that we talked about. And you did talk about the books, right? Let's look at that. Let's look at all options. I wish that we could when we talk about community input, I wish that we could look at all, have it all here together. How much money is here? How much money is there? What the positions that we have to cut so that you all have the information. I mean, I learned a lot in closed session that I did not know. And I'm just digesting it. And I don't feel comfortable making a decision that's going to impact people's lives right now based on the information I just heard an hour or two ago. I can't do it.
Thank you.
So the last thing I have here is the Superintendent Sanchez talked about the need, want, and what we can afford and how we need to do it together. How do we do that together? I will put that to our board to talk about it together, right? You all have signs with some ideas. So how do we do that? I don't know.
Okay, I think we were all, when we got the email that we have to meet again this week, it was like, you gotta be kidding me. And there's been, we've taken the heat, and justifiably so. There's the criteria to be a school board member is to be 18, not a felon, and live in the district. But that's the job requirement.
And we don't get paid.
Oh, yeah, and we get paid $33.14.
Some of us get zero.
Oh, and some get zero, to be on the school board. So those of you that think we get these major bucks, we don't get anything. So, just want to make sure that we know this. One of the things, a lot of people don't take the health insurance. One of the things that we need to understand, and this is, how you hear the term perfect storm? That's what we're in. We're in a perfect storm because of the lower ADA. We have right now an average for this year of a 53% ADA. Normally, we have 96% ADA. That means we've lost $2 million in revenue for this school year. That normally does not happen. So far this school year, we've lost $2 million because of COVID. And so that loss of revenue is directly affecting this budget. And when Superintendent Sanchez talked about building the second interim on a new base, that was building the base on this 53% ADA rate. So that's where it starts. That's where the 2 million, we started right there, we lost $2 million. Now, I personally cannot believe that our state government is going to allow this to happen. I cannot believe it will happen, and I ask all of you to please contact our state legislature, our Ana Caballero, Robert Rivas, and get on there tonight and contact them and say, there is no way our school district can fund our students on a 53% ADA. We can't do it. That's what I'm doing when I get home tonight. We need to contact our senators, Padilla and Feinstein in Washington. We need to contact Congressman Panetta.
No, it's no Zola.
Not yet.
Really? I thought it started January 1st.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
So, that's what we have to do. Because we cannot maintain this school district on a 53% ADA. We need to fight for our kids. So that $2 million is what this budget is being based on. We've lost $2 million right there. And the other thing that has happened for at least the last 4 to 5 years is the state has picked up the increased cost of the STRS and PERS increases that they set forth after the big shutdown, the big recession that we had in 2008. And the districts have been paying that increase. Well, so far they're not, and that's 9%. So we're adding another 9% into our budget just for the increase in STRS and PERS. All of this stuff adds up, guys, and it has to be paid. And it's not mismanagement. Nobody's stealing any money. And this is not mismanagement. This is just the way it is. It's the perfect storm. And that's what we're looking at. So we've got to become political. We need to fight for our kids. And let's hope that these things change. And that we can get ourselves out of this. But that's where we're at.
I want to say a couple of things. I want to focus on the fact that it almost feels, although extremely uncomfortable today, I feel, yeah, my mic's on. Sorry. That although it feels uncomfortable today, I'm encouraged by the hard work that has been done to build this second interim. To finally, I'm excited to move forward with numbers that we will be able to trust. That and as a board member, I'm going to encourage the fellow board members that we get regular bi-monthly kind of budget reports so that we have a chance to keep an eye on this moving forward now that these numbers are solid. And it's been a lot of hard work, and another reason we're here today is because there wasn't enough of that work done since it was such a big endeavor to create it, that at the last meeting, we still didn't have these numbers. And so we're doing best we can now to create that strong base so that we can do better. It's also been very helpful for me to learn what was in the one-time funds, salary-wise. And actually, a lot of the positions that are up for tonight anyways are salaries that have sat in that space. I wish we had the funds to continue to keep them on, and hope that once we do get our next set of numbers, we'll be able to mitigate some of that. But I know that, and I agree with the deficit compounding if we don't take action now. And I also am very cognizant of the fact that we owe some stuff to the County Office of Ed, and one of the things that we need to do is bring our salaries from 93% to 90% at least. That has been a request that we have to satisfy. And it's difficult, but it's been asked. So anyway, that's what I want to say. I agree. It's been very frustrating. I haven't been on the board as long as a lot of other people, but I can tell you that we have been in reactionary mode all the way through, and I'm looking forward to the day when we are proactively moving forward, as painful as it is.
I'm sure a lot of you think that we're up here, we don't work. We do. We've been working very hard on this. The cabinet, they've been working amazingly hard on this. Superintendent Sanchez, she works very hard on this. I am relatively new, 8 months in. I have a lot of questions. I ask questions. She's always available to answer my questions any time of day. We need that transparency. We will answer any questions. We love input. We would love for the public to come up and say, hey, let's try this, or, you know, I have a great idea, let's try this. We are open. I've got some great letters. I've got some wonderful letters, and they're supporting the cut. They're supporting the staff that are on the cuts. I've been through many cuts in my time as a Hollister School District employee, and they're rough. They are rough. So we all need to be transparent. We need to ask questions. You know, we are doing that. We are in training. I just feel that we are all, cabinet, superintendent, board, and the public, are just trying our best to get a solid foundation.
I don't want to minimize anybody's comment because everybody has a legitimate statement, and the accountability lies fully on the board. And I never thought, the most senior on the board, that we would be in this situation again in this district, because I know how hard it was to get through the first time and how long it took us to get out of it, and how much we cut. You know, we went down, as most people said, we went down to the bone and into the marrow at that point. We had nothing left in the district. And so it is extremely heartbreaking to hear everyone's story, because our intent was never to hurt anyone or take anyone's job away from them. We thought we were doing what was right by our students by adding all of these positions and providing these needed services, which are still needed. But unfortunately, the state isn't going to give us any more money to keep sustaining them. So the mental health piece was a one-time shot in the arm. Many districts have gotten those additional funds to provide that mental support, but there was no plan for funding for that continuation. So unless the district was going to have a plan to continue those services and support it from the general fund, we don't know where else they're going to be coming from at this point. And believe me, there have been conversations with the superintendent of schools in California. They know there's a huge need for mental support. But if the governor isn't going to provide the needed money to back it, in this county, we don't have enough mental health services. And that's where we don't hit the mark as a community, working with our county board of supervisors, with our city council, and making sure that the community can support those needs. Because we're still an educational institution, but we have to be able to support the full child. And that many times incorporates some of these other things. But that isn't something we can sustain because we don't get that additional funding to do so. And yes, like Jan said, it is the perfect storm. We opened a new school. We had the salary increases all this year impact us. And then all of these new positions that we put in place because we knew coming out of COVID, they were going to be desperately needed. And they were completely utilized and still needed. But again, knowing what we know now in this budget, we didn't conceptualize what that meant down the road, a year from now, 2 years from now. What all of those additions were going to cost us. And those were questions we should have asked. And I don't have an excuse for you, because we didn't ask them. So, I know the budget is probably one of the hardest things to understand and wrap your head around. And I think we've all been grappling with that. And that's been our question month after month. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? And these surprises feel like they're never ending. And this is not something that I've ever experienced before until now. And so Superintendent Sanchez has been trying to tell you how we got here, try to explain to us how we got here, because we're in the same boat as you. Again, not really understanding and wrapping our head around what we have to do, because we know what it means and how it's going to impact our community and your lives. And we don't want to do it. But what else? What other options do we have to cut the amount of money that we need to cut? And again, if that is a question about the books and supplies and the 10 million, if we need to show you that, then we do. We need to have, and I think moving forward, full transparency as far as where our budget is on a month-by-month basis, even, just so that people know. And I think even for us, I want to know every month what we're taking in and what we're spending, because it's important. Just like we do our own checkbooks, balancing every month, I got to know whether we can afford this, or if we can't, it has to go goodbye. We are all having to do those things in our personal lives because of the way inflation is and the price of everything. So I know an apology isn't enough. It is not. And I'm not even gonna attempt to go there. All I can say is I'm sorry.
Okay, if there isn't any other questions, we could move on to the actual public comment. We have public comment here. Unless there's others, you can go ahead and put them there. And I forgot to acknowledge the students that are here. Thank you for being here.
Cheryl Rios. Thank you. I appreciate the calm explanation and what appears to be a fairly thorough explanation. The one thing that I didn't hear in the superintendent's report, and Ms. Marks brought it up, we are at a 93% salary budget ratio, or whatever you call it, we're at 93%. And Lisa, you brought up that the county wants us to be at least at 90 or below. So you have all of the fiscal knowledge. Can you give us a ballpark figure? All of these cuts from last week and this week, if they are made, ballpark figure, are we going to get down to 92%? Are we going to get down to 88%? Where would all of these cuts put us? Because if they're only going to be 92.8%, we know there's going to be another heavy shoe dropping, many heavy shoes dropping. If we're at 90.1%, then we know, okay, this might be the worst that's yet to come. So I would hope that we can get that number, because you guys have all that power and that knowledge, and we have not heard it. So thank you.
And we do have take the phone first.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, I'm going to go ahead and you need to state your name and what school you're representing, and then I will start a 3-minute timer for your public comment. Go ahead.
My name is Kelly Barkoff. I called in before. I am so appreciative of the hard work your board is doing. My question is, honestly, there still is no transparency of the numbers. I understand the FTA, of everybody being cut, but you throw out 6.6 million, 3.3 million, 12, 10. There's really no understanding here from my standpoint of what it is, where we're at, why you're doing it. I need numbers specifically tied to positions. I think we need to know exactly what we're doing. This happened in 2008, and I remember there was a gentleman, he tried very hard. I'm not going to say his name, but the same thing happened before where the numbers were just not presented, and it needs to be put out there for the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just so that we remember that we cannot respond to public comment, but I did have a question that was mentioned that I forgot to ask. Just so happens, I'm not even kidding. Superintendent Sanchez, can you tell us, with the cuts that were made last week, with the 30 positions, I believe, what percentage are we at with that?
So I would have to look at second interim, which is not finalized, but if we look at the fact that it's $2.1 million of the total budget, it would be a matter of having that calculation, which I could produce, but I don't have it with me. One thing that I do want to say is that we're looking at the overall picture of a balanced budget, and that is what we are working towards in regards to the County Office of Education. There are many factors that lead to a balanced budget. Part of it is the percentage of revenue that is expended on staffing positions, but it's not the only factor. So in its entirety, a balanced budget. I know that there are specific dollar amounts tied to these particular questions that when second interim is presented to the board, will have a specific dollar amount and a percent and so on. Do you have other questions before we go to?
So, yeah, I do. I just want a clarification. So what I'm understanding that you just said is, when we get second interim, that gives us the base, right? That then helps us understand what,
Sorry. Okay.
my finger is up too. That helps us to understand what that dollar amount would be, moving the total salaried down into that target place. But you can't assign that number for two reasons, in the sense of you don't know what the base is first, right, of the overall. And then the second would be that whole bumping thing that you said, where we start at a goal that's been identified, but then when the actual work gets done, it can be less than that?
That's right.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand.
And then I think for me, I'm struggling also with, real quick, I'm struggling with the fact that if you have these recommendations for cuts on certain positions, and now we have social worker, school counselors, which we did not have last week. And so then we're gonna go do the LCAP. And I suspect people are gonna be like, school social workers, mental health. So how do we balance that together? I don't know.
So that's a good question. I would not necessarily say that the community would vote or would speak on behalf of just one particular idea. I know that we had, as you can remember, a public comment today that, weighed one type of employee over the other, and all are fair, opinions to be weighed. But if, for example, through the LCAP process, a employee group X was, it was indicated through public input, through staff input, through family input that we are interested in that particular service, then that position gets funded for that particular year, or at least partially funded based on whatever budget we allocate in the LCAP process. Those are specialized funds again, and the LCAP process, it's also a cycle within a cycle. So every year, the community should have an opportunity to say what their priorities are.
Can the LCAP determine class size? Because that has to be negotiated, no?
So I didn't say class size, but it can not, in my opinion, because it has to be a supplemental above and beyond service. We have had class size as a specific item that we've had for years in our district. If you're talking about going way lower in class size, the LCAP funds themselves wouldn't cover that entire amount.
Yeah, but so let's say we want to keep services, but to do that, we would have to change class size. So can the LCAP do that, or does that have to be negotiated?
So the LCAP itself is one process, negotiations is another process. The LCAP, though, we have to be clear, is to work and principally direct services to students that are English learners, low socioeconomic, and foster youth. So if we as a district opt something that might not be as clear as a service to those three categories, then that would, be risky.
Okay, so, but see, I'm trying to understand, if our community said, we want SEL, and we want PE, okay, and so they say this on the LCAP, but there's X dollars. So how does that work?
It would determine on what the district and what the board directs the district to have priorities in as well. We would need to be sure that we meet all of the requirements in the LCAP, and part of the requirements are to demonstrate that we are having supplemental type of services through the items that are put in the LCAP. At this point, one thing to consider is that in 2014, we had PE as a supplemental service. Through time, eventually it became what I would consider now part of the base program, because it's becoming ingrained, it has become ingrained into our daily schedules at the sites and so on. It's no longer a supplemental service.
But it also can be also looked at as an emotional service.
It could. But what you're saying is exactly kind of what my question, and lessons learned, right? So when we were presented with the LCAP,
well, that's what I'm trying to understand.
But remember how
hey.
one of the things that we should have done that we didn't do is because PE was not in the LCAP, right? And we approved that LCAP that way, without being like, oh, well, how are we going to fund PE?
Right.
So that is a mistake.
Right.
A glaring mistake. That part of the reason I think that put us where we are, right? So
Yeah.
in your question, I'm thinking, lesson learned, looking at the LCAP this time, if there's a category or positions that are not in there, then I think we need to be like, well, how are we going to fund these? Right? And do we have enough money to fund these?
Absolutely.
We would ask Superintendent Sanchez, she would ask the money people, right?
Well, yeah.
I don't know the title. Sorry.
No, but I'm trying to understand. The LCAP is so tied to our budget, but yet how we generate revenue to pay for these things. There's only so. I mean, it's not like we could go out and sell something. I mean,
But that's how you discuss the LCAP, right? I mean, you've been here, right? You talk about what's
Well, the
needed.
LCAP is new. I mean, it's really not something that everybody understands. Well, it's about 8 years old. Well, I think when you talk about school finance, that's pretty new. It's not that, I think so. I mean, when you think, for me, for 32 years, 8 years is new.
But not everybody gets the supplemental concentration funds either. A lot of districts don't get that, depending on their demographic.
Okay.
We do have another public comment.
Okay.
Anita Seringhouse.
Good evening. My name is Anita Seringhouse. I'm one of the Hollister School District nurses. I apologize because I make it a point to never come up off the cuff like this, because I'm not very good at holding my emotions, and I'm not very good at always. Anyway, I always got the talks too much in class for my report card, so I'll leave it there. So actually, I almost said forget it, because you started doing it. But what I wanted to say was, as a board, what we teach our kids, right, is do your homework. What's sad is I'm worried that you're still not doing your homework. I like what we saw just now, and I know that you can't answer these questions, but do you still have an answer on that 10 million? And without that answer, are you still gonna make a decision tonight? You are the bosses. And again, I know you can't answer, but I would love to know, do you only Is it normal to only get stuff right before you come to a board meeting? And are you allowed to change that and say, I want to get this information 2 weeks ahead because I want to digest it, I want to ask the hard questions, things like that. An example is last week, it was asked by one of the board members kind of at the last minute, right before a vote, what are the nursing ratios? And I know it was not purposeful, but because I think that should have been answered way before a board meeting, before you put a nurse on the agenda, the answer that was given was incorrect. It isn't 0 or 1. I couldn't find a district that had 0 or 1. I can tell you that Gilroy has 10,000 students and 5 nurses. I can tell you that Morgan Hill has 7,000 students and 3 nurses. We'll be sending you information so that you can see in the district. But the other thing that I want to say is I appreciated everybody's response to me privately, but an interesting thing that I just still have to say so that I'll defend the school nurses everywhere is I'm tired of having it seem that a school nurse is farthest cut from the students. We are the only position in Hollister School District that I can tell you I have literally laid my eyes, spoken to, touched 2/3 of the district in doing hearing and vision screening alone. A practice that I make if students are older than 4th grade is before they leave me, I say, do you have anything that you want to share with me? I did that this week. I didn't do that day in the life sheet because we were worried that the presentation was getting too long, and I thought surely these people know what nurses do, but that's my mistake. So let me give you a day in the life yesterday. I start 8 o'clock with a staffing meeting for an IEP. 9 o'clock, I go and see a student who has type 1 diabetes. 10 o'clock, I went and screened 10 students, one of which, when they left me, before they left, and I asked that question, do you have anything to share? Asked me, what happens when you don't eat for 3 days? Yes, this student had an eating disorder. We find a lot of things when we're screening. I know Kathy knows she screened with us for years. Okay, you find a ton. And again, we screen every kinder, 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 8th. This year, we're adding, or we always do TK, I apologize. This year, we're adding 3rd because they missed last year, and 6th because we missed last year. Again, nursing is the only position that physically contacts more than every kid in every school. Please just remember that. Thank you.
And you help the parents too.
Go ahead, you might as well go there. Patrick Larabelle?
Thank you. All right, so first I wanted to say something that I'm sure most of you are thinking but couldn't say, and I didn't hear the former board member call in, but I know he's already taken to social media to claim to be an angel and have nothing to do with anything. However, I would like to point out that he was involved in hiring Diego Ochoa. He was here for a year approving his decisions. He was here for Lisa Andrew when we got into the SPED issues, etc. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I think he deserves that. I wanted to ask a question, and that's about the independent study contracts, and they can't answer, but is not the point of us spending hours doing those that we're going to recoup the ADA that's theoretically at 53 or 63%. Spending hours on them, the whole point is to get that ADA, right? So can you trust 53%? Doesn't seem like we should. Let's see. Something that was not in the presentation when we were talking about all of the teachers and positions that were added and the new school added and etc. is all the ADA that was added from the new school, all the students attending it, from having teachers. We're getting more students at the new school, I'd imagine. That's why we built it, right? We have more students in the district. That's kind of the point. And then we're having more teachers and all that because we have so many more students, right? So more ADA. It keeps being said that the state is no longer paying for this or that, but I believe that's what we're waiting to hear in May as well, right? We don't know what the state's paying for or what they're not paying for. This is why we have to wait for May. So again, it's like making a decision based off something that you haven't been told yet. And finally, as mentioned by Trustee Martinez, just like you don't spend when you don't know how much money you have, you don't necessarily need to go sell your car either. And being as our bank account is still a giant question mark, we don't need to release all of our teachers and make all these cuts when we don't know that we actually need to. That's my comment.
Yeah, we can't answer on when these are public comments on an agenda item. One,
No, we can't.
yes, we can.
I mean,
On a-
Thank you. I mean, I think we can talk about what we, yes, we can talk,
Okay.
we can talk about.
But
what
there's
we
some
need to.
misconceptions that we need to clear up. First and foremost, we have a March 15th interim budget that we have to put in. We don't have a choice. So, in regards to the 53% ADA, that's the number that they have to use, because we don't have the numbers with the contracts yet. So that's the number. You have to use what you got. So that's what we have to do. I already went down that road. So we have to use the numbers that we have. And so we don't have a choice, because we are on a deadline, which is March 15th. We don't have a choice. So we're on a deadline. We, what was that, some of the other questions?
The new school, the ADA with new
Oh,
students.
we've only picked up 200 kids, Patrick.
The rest are.
And so the school has 560, I believe. 578, and we picked up about 200 new students district-wide. So we did not pick up 578 new students. So we're short that way too. Maybe next year with things that are being built this summer, and that we'll have more, but right now we're not there yet. So there's a shortage there. So we did not pick up on ADA. What was another
In terms
question?
of transparency, I do want to ask Superintendent Sanchez to clarify the independent study contracts
Okay.
that we talked about. If you remember when the pandemic hit, who can forget when the, what is it called, Omicron hit? We
Yeah.
had that special board meeting, we talked about this. I remember asking for a plan, and I don't think we had an exact plan on that, but I'm curious to find out, how are we doing with the independent study contracts? Is that gonna get us revenue? Are we worried about that?
So these are good questions. As you stated at that January 10th special board meeting, we did invite the public to go on to independent study contracts, and that did cause a great number of our students to go on into independent study contracts. Part of what has been communicated to our sites since the beginning of the school year is that during COVID, an independent study contract would need to be signed by a parent or a guardian within 30 days. So we have one particular site that has been struggling with that. That site most likely will not make a lot of gains in regards to their recouping of ADA. All of the other sites have really done an exceptional job. And this is not, it's no blame on, particular staff member or anything like that. That's just the way it's taken place. Some sites have employed electronic contracts. Some sites have, used staff time on weekends or even later on into the afternoons or evenings to recoup or get the signatures. Our staff, our teaching staff, have dedicated a lot, many hours to processing the contracts. And the overall ADA will be known in the next attendance period for this particular moment. Right now, because second interim is a snapshot of November 1st to January 31st, and it must be reported on or before March 15th. during that time, the ADA was relatively low. So moving forward for the next attendance period, any independent study contracts that have been processed and signed and so on would be reflected in that next period.
Okay, and then the March 15th, just so that I could understand and everyone too, the March 15th, I thought deadline was for layoff process to inform, but Jan said something about this is the second interim deadline? It's for both. Okay, just to make sure that
Yeah.
we're all on the same page.
And it also, then, because of second interim, we also have to provide that solvency plan, right, to the district?
To the county.
Yeah, the county office of that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and then, one more thing that was mentioned, and I'm so glad somebody mentioned it, about my fellow colleague, Rob Bernowski. Yeah, you were here too, 15 months. So, thank you for mentioning that. Any other questions before we go to the resolution?
I just want to, it was brought up about the 10 million in books and supplies. Can we get an account as to publicly for the board and the public what we've spent in that particular area and what's left?
Sure. If I could talk a little bit about it. Again, I don't have the final numbers in front of me. So first interim was created based on adopted budget. Adopted budget was created last spring and adopted in June for this fiscal year. At that time, there was a large number to the tune of $10 million in books and supplies, where in previous years there was about 8 million, or sometimes 7 million, or sometimes 9 million. So this year there was that larger amount. That, from what I can tell and would assume, was used as a holding place for one-time funds that had been received by the district at that time. So for example, I talked about in the presentation earlier, unrestricted lottery funds. Those were in there. Those are not books and supplies, but they were in there. Those should be allocated to best practice. What I'm finding is that those should be allocated to cover classified and certificated salaries. And we did that. In the past, our district has allocated a portion of that to our school sites for their site budgets. This year, that money was placed in books and supplies. We also had other one-time monies in a holding place there because, for example, we have invested about $1 million or so in Chromebooks during COVID. Some of that was used for Chromebooks and technology and so forth. Now, moving forward, when second interim is presented in a matter of days, that money's not there because it's been moved to cover salaries.
Okay. Other questions before we go to the resolution?
Comments? Sorry, just for clarification, these resolutions that we're considering tonight merely start the process so that we have, if we need to, the ability to act on them, but we won't know for sure until you said May at the latest?
So that's a good question. When a board takes a vote on a resolution that includes elimination or reduction of staff, what that means is that it begins the layoff process. It triggers it. But it does not necessarily mean that it ends the layoff process. It's a process that we talked about in January in a public board report that has many, many steps involved. Part of the layoff process includes being notified on or before March 15th that there's a possibility that one's position is being eliminated or reduced. That's where that deadline comes from. That's a legal deadline, and it is now both for classified and certificated staff. And after that step takes place, meetings are held between the district and their union representation, if they want to be present, individually, to talk about what are the next steps. Staff have forms to fill out that they have time to process, and then they have to return them to the district to notify the district that they are interested in a layoff hearing. The layoff hearing itself is a process as well, and it involves an administrative law judge that would come and would hear the district's case as to why we think that these positions would need to be laid off. It's not until May when the final decision is brought from the ALJ, the law judge, to the board to determine whether or not the layoff is warranted. That afterwards then triggers a layoff notification, a final one. That is when staff would be notified officially that they are formally laid off from the district at the end of the year, school year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have a question?
This is gonna sound bad, but we're not there yet. Okay, so if we pass the resolution, the people on here, are they gonna get a pink slip on Tuesday?
Yes. That's part of the process. That's part of the process.
But in May, what you explained, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just want to make sure we're thorough. And another thing that came up, I mean, if you could speak to it, why is it a good or not good idea for, what is the retirement thing that came up?
Retirement.
Yeah, the retirement incentive.
So last school year, as we know, we had a retirement incentive that was $35,000 for certificated and administrators. At that time, 5 HESTA members retired and 1 administrator. And for classified, we had a retirement incentive that included 30% of base salary plus a $10,000 on top of that one-time payment. With those retirements, there was almost 30 of them in the classified ranks. It was more than 25. The amount totaled more than $800,000. So when we have a retirement incentive that has not produced a savings yet, it's not typical for a district to start another retirement incentive. When they are a good idea, when a district has the finances to be able to afford them, because it is a large payment, a one-time payment to absorb immediately. So with every retirement incentive program that is begun, best practice is to have a cost savings plan in place. We did not have a cost savings plan in place. We simply offered the retirement incentive, and we hired and replaced those positions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So are we ready to move on to the resolution? Yeah. Okay, item
10B, I'll take it.
10B, thank you.
So we have a resolution, it's the discussion and approval tonight, resolution number 8, elimination and or reduction of certificated employee services. On this resolution tonight, board, we have one of the first positions listed as physical education teachers. There's 5 of them listed with various credentials, multiple subject or physical education single subject credentials. We also have on the certificated resolution school counselors, 5 of those. With this amount, there would still be a remaining counselor at each of the comprehensive middle schools. We also have school social workers here. There's 2 of them, and the credential is listed. So this resolution includes a reduction of 12 full-time employees. The resolution would take place no later than June 30th, and a vote tonight to approve this would start the layoff process, but it does not end the layoff process.
Questions, comments?
Just having a hard time because of the $2 million.
Well, I said it earlier, I'm not gonna vote that we pass this resolution. I can't in good conscience. I said it last time, especially now that the school counselors, school social workers, and the remaining 5 that originally were slated for cuts or not put in the LCAP. So I can't, I want us to be more creative. I want us to see what other ways we can find savings. And I want us to look at, you know, I mean, there's another resolution here, right? Look at, for me, I think furloughs is one that I know is not popular, but it's something that everybody equally pitches in, and I know it has to be negotiated. And I'm curious still about that question of, you know, I don't feel comfortable voting yes on this when I don't even know if we're at the 90% mark with the 30 last week. Are we at 92? I don't know. And like somebody said, do your homework. That is homework. I don't have my homework done. I don't know. So I don't feel comfortable. But I would.
Let's talk with Superintendent Sanchez. If the board, because of this $2 million thing really has me, you know, figuring out we're basing all of this on this ADA of the 53%. And even Mr. Bishop said that, you know, it's unrealistic. But we can't just, you know, pick a number out of the sky either. And he said that, we have to use the facts we have. But I just feel, is there anything else? What else? Is there anything else that we could do?
So I think that would be a question for the board to think back on the various pieces of information that have been shared in regards to looking at what the board priorities will become and what dollar amounts are associated as an investment into each of the various positions that have been shared with the board.
What I personally would like to see is I would like to see this done with an ADA of like 94%. And then how much do we have to cut? Let me just finish my thought. Instead of this 53%, which is just ridiculous, and base it, and I know we're supposed to do fact. Okay, take it to 90%. You take it that low. Take it to 90%. And see how much we would have to cut at 90%. I will come to another board meeting.
I will too.
Anytime you tell me to be here, I'll be here. But I would rather see numbers that are more realistic. Because as I said earlier this afternoon, you know, this idea of we cut and then we bring back and then we cut, and it's not good for anybody. Because the children are going to be there. Yep. So my thinking is that I would like to see something based upon a more realistic numbers than the 53%. And see, and like I said, take it to 90% and see where we're at. and see what we would have to cut then. And I will come any day, anytime for a board meeting to look at what it would look like then. That's my intention.
So we had a meeting with our advisor, and the reason that we hired them was to take what they know and share with us. They do not recommend us going above the ADA that is not for some number that, you know, we can make up. And I understand our ADA will be higher. But what? We can't make up a number and just put it in there. We pay him to help us with our decisions. And I feel that we should follow what he recommends. Are we gonna go down the same lane that we went down a year ago? Is that what we're gonna do? On the certificated, are we saying that we're not gonna vote on this? And certificated is more important than classified?
No, I
Is
don't
that
wanna
what we're
vote.
saying?
No, I don't wanna vote on any of it.
I'm not saying that.
I don't wanna vote on any of it.
Me neither, I don't either.
I don't wanna vote on
I
any of it.
agree.
No, nobody wants to, right?
No, I agree, but we don't want to. So what happens? We get taken over? We get taken over by the state? And they come in and they cut everybody.
Yeah, they slice and dice.
They slice everybody. Is that what we want as trustees? We're supposed to protect this district, protect the students that are in this district.
I agree with everything that you said, and I was gonna say, you know, he has no skin in the game because he doesn't belong to the district, but he is skilled at what he does. And if he's suggesting that this number is the number that we need to use in order to satisfy the, you know, the requirements, or to basically get this solvency report that we have to submit to work, and that this is, so I guess I'm understanding that the reason that we're picking these people is because they were paid out of one-time funds, and that we do not have unrestricted funds to cover these salaries. And yes, we can work at a later date to figure out how we come up with those funds, if it is at all possible. But in order to make that deadline and submit that report, if we do it without this, we aren't satisfying the requirements that have been placed on us. Is that correct?
That's good.
And I hate that we're doing this, and I hate that we have to do it. When I saw this list, it hurt more than the first list, right? I mean, not that anybody is more valuable than the next, but you set your mind on a certain amount, and you're like, all right, I did my job, it was tough, but I did it. And then you get a whole nother set that even kind of cuts into the things that I think really do matter, you know, like more physical education and some, basically everybody on this list matters in one way or another. I hate that I have to do this, but I'm gonna hate it a lot more if we don't submit a solvency report that will actually work. And then we can work together, like Superintendent Sanchez has said, we can start the process of working together to identify what we need, what we want, those priorities, and then we can start to rebuild from that solid structure, and maybe, you know, do the provisional things again if we can make that work or whatever, when we have real numbers. In the meantime, we have to operate on a conservative level, because that is something that we won't come back to this table having to make more cuts.
And for me, I'm not afraid to do what is necessary. I just feel like I need to be more informed about where we're at. I want to see, can we be more creative? Last week when we did this, we met and we prioritized and there was discussion and we debated, and that didn't happen for this. That's my worry, that I feel like, oh, I have to do this. I know we have to do this, but I feel like, does it have to be this? Can we talk about it? Can I digest it? That's how but I know we have to do something.
If they brought, so let's just assume that they brought other things to the table that weren't with the one-time funds, and we gained a little money that way, would it be enough money? And then what if it isn't?
It needs to be salary.
Right,
to
and some of it, I don't,
it's going
again,
to
that's
be
the number we
people.
don't have yet, is the salary.
It's
how
going
much
to
salary.
be somebody's job.
Right. So what I can guarantee is that if it turns out that we have more salary than we thought we had to, we'll be as thoughtful as we've been about this and deciding with even more input, really, what we can salvage. That's how I feel about it. But to not take action at all, we have to do something by the 15th. That means we're back in here Monday. And then what changes? What can be done between now and Monday? I just don't see that. I don't know. Maybe Superintendent Sanchez, you can speak to that.
Well, this is all, very valid conversation. I think that one, we have to think about the timeline. And yes, this information was not, without going into what was discussed in closed session, but this was not one piece of information that was as thoroughly discussed as the previous one. We have to be mindful of the reason why. The reason why is because of the timeline. You do have at your disposal other ideas that are part of the list that have been provided. And Trustee Toasty is correct, Trustee Lisa Marks is correct in the sense of, Clerk Lisa Marks, is that we have to look at personnel-related costs. If it's not these positions, there has to then be a substitute of other positions equivalent to this amount of financials to end up balancing the total that we need. One thing I do want to publicly just say, because I'm sure it will get forgotten in the future, but I want it to be stated again, it's part of the presentation. One of the bullet points is if we do nothing now, we will have to cut in 22-23 and 23-24, and those will be more significant than these.
Because of that compounding. Okay, we do have another public comment. Kristen Dam.
Hello, good evening. I am Kristen. I teach second grade at Calaveras. I'm a former HESTA president. I negotiated with some of you. I don't envy the position that you're in. And I do want to say thank you to the board members that are thinking that maybe we need to slow down and think about what we're doing. I think that's a responsible thing to do. One of the problems with cutting people now and then hiring them back is that the really good people are going to get jobs in other districts, and it happens every year. Just like Jason Higgins said earlier, we don't want to lose our young people. I mean, I'm not that young, and I'm not that old either. I'm 51, but I have almost 30 years experience in the district. And offering a retirement incentive to me is not going to help me at all. Even though I have a lot of years of experience, I'm nowhere near retirement age yet. But I do know that there are some people in the district that are looking to retire this year, and I just want to put that out there and ask, do you know that? Do you have any numbers on people who are going to retire? Because even without offering a retirement incentive, naturally there are going to be some people that retire, which will reduce your budget. The other thing I wanted to bring up is the independent study contracts, and that, I can't remember the number exactly, 52, 53, 53%. But we'll have the real number once we get to the next budget phase or whatever it's called. But I would challenge you to get that information now. Even if we don't have the real number, I can tell you, I know my real number. I know the secretaries know the real number. That number's out there, even though it's not officially on a report that someone gave to you. And so I personally think instead of cutting people, ruining the communities that have been built at each school site, getting rid of valuable employees that are benefiting our students across all of the negotiating bargaining groups, I think instead of doing that, I would encourage you to slow down, to look at the good people that we have, and to see what we can do to keep them. I just wanted to mention that.
How realistic is it, Superintendent Sanchez, for us to get that number of actual, I know you said that you know that most schools did it, can we get an actual number?
We can't get an actual number. I do not have it, as I indicated, right, this morning to the board, that I would be getting it to you. It all depends on where we are at in regards to receiving the completed applications, or excuse me, the completed contracts from staff to the office. And then from there, the office staff does update the student record. So it is a process. It is going to be a fluid number. So when that comes to you, please don't take it as the final number.
What does that mean, fluid number?
So for example, right now, if I am someone that might have 20 contracts out still waiting, if I report to you that I have 20 contracts out and that I have not received them, then that means that I'm going to report to you 0 contracts that are completed. Tomorrow I might have 5 that are returned and processed, and so on.
Is there a deadline?
The deadline again is the 30 days after the return of the completed contract. The site has 30 days to obtain the parent's signature.
30 days from January.
When the child came back.
Okay, so
From the return
February-ish.
date. From the return date, yeah. So, okay.
So if the child came
So
back
we're
March
close.
3rd, March 1st, then March 31st will be back.
Okay, so we're within
the
window. Okay, parents, please sign those independent study contracts if you have not, and contact your teacher or school. That means money for the community, seriously.
But if the
Can we send that?
contract- But if we're asking parents to sign a contract when the child is out in September and they're signing it now, it really doesn't help us.
Doesn't work. I'm assuming this is for Omicron period
No,
of
well,
time.
this was this year, but the kids could have been out at any point during the school year this year. So
Gotcha.
we can't go back to September to have a parent sign a contract now.
Right,
There's no point in that.
right. My worry is during January, February.
But it's happening. Yeah.
Okay. Other questions on this resolution? Is there a motion? Going once, going twice?
Oh, it just.
Sold. Okay, no, oh.
I move that we vote on the superintendent, or sorry, not the superintendent, let me get there. Resolution 8/21/22, elimination and or reduction of certificated employee services.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion? We discussed a lot.
We have.
All in favor?
Aye.
2,
Aye.
3. Anyone opposed? 2. Okay, it passes. Next item on the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is item 10C, discussion and approval of resolution 921 through 22, elimination and/or reduction of classified employee services. So this resolution itself includes various different positions in various capacities. There are 3 different classifications here that are at the district office level. There are classifications listed here that include part of the social emotional team. And then there are there's a classification here that would include part of the custodians. So the total FTE for this resolution is 13.0, and it would become effective no later than June 30th, 2022.
Question, I have a question. If, to vote a yes on this, you would have to agree to the full number of positions? I couldn't say like number this or that, it would have to be the full.
Typically, when there is the resolution, it's adopted or voted upon as is. The board could discuss that.
Okay. Do you all have any questions on this one?
I can't restate enough how difficult this is, and I wish that none of them had to go, and I don't want to make a decision personally on one over another because that isn't, it might be popular in some demographic or whatever, but it doesn't, these are all real people who are doing real jobs for this district. And these are, again, I just want to get clear, these are again mostly or all positions that were one-time fees,
So
or one-time people.
this is a blend of positions. So mental health therapists and custodians were part of that one-time funds. We have secretary support services here at the district office. Those are part of just regular funding. We have groundskeepers that are also part of regular funding. And then technology support specialist is part of the regular fund.
Okay, and we will still have enough secretarial support to make do with these 3 positions.
So what would happen, as in other cases, we would negotiate the impacts and effects of the layoff, and we would determine where because these positions are being laid off due to lack of funds. That was a comment that was mentioned earlier, and I've talked about that. This is not in regards to lack of work. Where potential shifts in assignments to help cover any needs that may remain, that could take place.
Okay.
Other questions, comments?
Oh, sorry. I know I'm trying really hard. The technology support specialist, this is one more in addition to the others we identified. What does that leave us? How are the schools or the school sites impacted or not, as the case may be?
So that's a good question. We would have a lead technology support specialist left. At the district office, we would have one more technology support specialist left at the district office. Then through the process of the negotiations of the impacts and effects, we did have 3 site technology specialists be promoted to district office positions. So therefore, we never closed out those positions in the sense of through a layoff. Those technology support specialists, in theory, could go to that lower level position and be supporting the sites at the site level.
So they could, would that be a bump, or that just would be in a vacancy?
Well, those positions were never laid off. The district did not take any action there, so in my opinion, those positions are there.
Okay.
So in regards to whether it's a bump or, you know, a shift into a vacancy, when there's a staff member that is either reduced or eliminated, they have the option to bump back into a position, a lower level position that they had based on their seniority. So this would apply in that sense.
Okay, thanks for asking that.
Thank you.
And this is assuming, because you said district office, this position specifically is here?
Yes, they do go out to the school sites, but they're housed here.
Okay.
So that would mean if you said those positions had not been eliminated when the upgrade was done, and they still exist, that the district's contemplating then utilizing those old positions as a place for these technology support specialists to go.
That could be an option, yes.
Okay.
Is that an option for the board to determine now, or is that something that you want the liberty to have as an option?
That
What do you need from the board?
What would trigger that would be a vote on the resolution. It's like, you know, for example, if we have a para that is laid off and had formerly held a student nutrition position that wasn't closed, it simply just stayed there. You know, it's a shift that happens through the layoff process.
So is that reflected on the seniority list, is my other question.
That would be reflected in future seniority lists, as far as those would be the current positions held at the future, in the future.
So that they know that they could bump back down into their old positions instead of being completely eliminated.
We as a district have not engaged in any negotiations with CSEA, but that, you know, as just a general piece of information that we're discussing here, that could be a possibility.
That's good. Good to know. So is an open position funded?
An open position does not retain its funds, they're waiting for them. Like, I'm gonna make this up. For example, if there is a, we're talking about site technology or technology support specialist. If a technology support specialist, it moves into another position within the school year, there are funds allocated there because there was a body, there was a person there earning a salary. But if there's going to be a vacancy or through attrition, the district leaves vacancies, moving forward, those funds are no longer allocated to that position. And in our district, we have done that where we leave positions without funds in them, but we don't lay them off.
I have a question about the mental health therapists. How many do we have? Same as the other categories. How many do we have? How many do we need? What would the impact be? How many will be left?
So these are the mental health therapists that are part of the social emotional team. This is all of them. There are 3 remaining mental health therapists, also classified employees. They primarily work with special education. Those would remain.
So that's really 7 with the same title? But these would be the extra that we hired?
Well, they're not, I wouldn't say extra. These are the ones that were hired last school year for this year.
Okay. And the 3 remaining would only service special ed?
At the time, the model that they utilize is that they work with special education.
Because currently, these other 4 help everyone?
Primarily work with general education. They also help with sped, but
that's a direct.
These are here because they are part of the one-time fund.
Right.
Okay,
And I know we sort of talked about it a little bit, but I just want to keep trying to get clear. Once this process starts, and we do the ranking, if you will, or ask for stakeholder input, et cetera, for the building the new LCAP, right? And let's assume it's highly prioritized, all this SEL, all the SEL people, just for, because this is what we're talking about right now, and it gives me good space, it's one time. Are there would there necessarily be opportunities to bring a contract or to do the conditional, I think is how you termed it, conditionally bring back at least a number of them to do the work that we could put in the budget that we might be able to cover if we get all the things we want.
Like you were talking about a yearly contract.
That's different.
Well, I know, but a yearly, we can think about that. I mean, if there are funds, instead of.
If there are funds, right.
Right, I mean, putting them in as a yearly contract, not a permanent employee.
How long can you do that on a CSEA contract for our employees?
I don't, yeah.
So,
because they're representative.
Right,
presents
I
a
don't think
different-
you can do
See,
that.
that's why I asked the question.
So,
Yeah.
in our district, we don't do that. However, there is ed code that allows for temporary contracts to exist for employees that have a definitive start date and a definitive end date. It is possible. We simply have not employed that mechanism.
If
And
they're
I-
on a grant or something like that.
Yes, I think what trustee Toasty and what trustee Marks are talking about go hand in hand. They're not necessarily always hand in hand, but they can. So from what I'm understanding is if in the future, there's the potential that through stakeholder engagement, we have input that indicates through the LCAP process that SEL is important, that we potentially as a district could look at bringing staff back. And I think the recommendation that trustee Toasty is saying is perhaps looking at temporary contracts, which moving forward for any program that is begun as a board, as a team, we need to look at how sustainable is that program. We need to look at is there a definite end date? Is there a temporary end date, or excuse me, an end date that makes it temporary? We don't have that. We don't use that, but we need it to avoid situations like this.
Right, but what I will say is being a social worker myself and having applied to this district in the past and having hesitation, that is a hesitation. I would hope and urge fellow board members and Superintendent Sanchez that not happen, because you want to talk about recruitment and retention. They are staff too, and they would like job security and they would like to pay their, so if we had the funding right and it was in the LCAP, I would hope that we would keep them as permanent employees.
Because we would need to have the funding in the budget, not the LCAP. So if it is permanent.
So I just want to say, being in a district that is historically been very conservative, they have always been very conservative. In cuts, they were conservative, and also in hiring. So we've never gone past 89% of our budget being dedicated to staff. We look at even with these additional staff, they were hired as temporary staff to knowing this funding was going to be exhausted. They were hired, and many times knowing I'm just here for the year. So they're interns, they're doing whatever hours, but they knew coming in that it was a temporary thing. Why? Yes. So our mental health people, all of our wellness center is staffed by interns and people that knew it may be a year, maybe a year and a half, But that was the understanding when they took, because the district knew we could not continue. It may disappear next year. Or, again, depending on the LCAP, depending on the needs, and where money is being shifted, or wherever the community feels the need needs to be focused on.
I don't know that that was everyone's understanding or that that was explained that way. That wasn't the way I understood it when we talked about social emotional team and bringing them. I don't know, maybe.
She's talking about the high school.
Oh, okay.
So what
You're not
I'm
talking
trying
about
to,
fees.
no,
Okay.
what I'm saying is that
Thank you.
there was a
Last
comment made that, you know, we have a neighboring district here that
Ah.
isn't in this situation. And the thing is that any positions that have been brought on are very, very scrutinized, and it's based on need. And the budget is again, month by month, it's analyzed
The high school.
and shared with the board, because again, they want to make sure they're staying within that percentage and knowing what they can and cannot do. And with these temporary positions, you have to understand, there's no way that any district can sustain that type of service. And again, because the budget, the funding is drying up. It's going away. So unless you have it built into your budget to keep them on and had a plan moving forward, we did not do that here.
When you talk about the funding drying up, you're talking about
The one-time funds.
the ESSER funds that were allocated for COVID mitigation, right? Okay.
Because that's where a lot of these
Right.
services for mental health were coming from.
But we didn't say we were just gonna keep them for 1 year. We didn't.
No,
No,
she was
we're
talking
But the high
about
school,
the
right.
high school,
We're
right.
doing
But
the
that,
student.
but that's why I'm saying,
School
you
would
know,
be a
we're,
certain-
we're being compared to, and that was what was stated by one of the public comments, is that how, you know, could we be that irresponsible? And again, the growth and not looking at how it is impacting our budget month by month and really having a clear picture of all of these additions, we did not have a game plan as to can we sustain these. And I know in years past, because of what we had lived through, every single job that came before the board, can we sustain this? That was my first question. Can we sustain this? Can we sustain this? Okay, because we had community input when we were trying to build our district back. What are our priorities? What do we want to bring back first? And that's the thing, even though these things are being done now, and they have to be done now just because of the timeline, doesn't keep us from being creative and still engaging our stakeholders and collaborating with our unions to figure out ways that we can mitigate and cut in other areas to save ourselves from these cuts that we're deciding on tonight. Because it's a starting point. But if we say maybe we're able to negotiate a week of furloughs or something else that's created coming from our unions, and it's a great idea and it's something that works, and we can put that in place instead of moving forward with these cuts. Now do you see where we
Yes.
can still be creative and move forward with those ideas?
Got it.
And still, and at the end of the day, say, we're not gonna move forward with these cuts in May.
Right.
And
Because
maybe
we
we do-
decided now,
Okay.
you know, collaborating with all of our folks, that we have another avenue to go down. But it has to,
For a
because
year.
of the timelines of the March 15th notices, we have to have a starting point. But it doesn't stop us from continuing the conversation and finding other ideas.
Agreed. And thank you for saying it in that way again. But yeah, that's been my highest priority, was to satisfy whatever requirements we have to establish our solvency plan.
Correct.
And then from there, we can start working on creativity, et cetera, et
Right,
cetera.
and finding ways, if it's grants, if it's working with the city, if it's finding other revenues to help bring in funds, then we need to start looking, folks.
County mental health. Yep, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion, or do we want to call for the vote, or is there a motion? It's already almost 10.
I will move to approve Resolution 9, 2122, the elimination and or reduction of classified employee services presented tonight.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Or, sorry, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 3-2, it passes. And then the next item, Superintendent Sanchez, okay. So resolution number 10 is the elimination and or reduction of confidential administrator and employee services. So this one is unique in the sense of, earlier today, we were notified by our legal counsel that the previous resolution, which we obtained with their guidance and such, and this is an anomaly, but they are recommending that we re-vote upon the positions that we voted upon last week to make them more legally defensible. The resolution numbers were different. The ed code sections were different, and in their opinion, they, unfortunately, it was an oversight. We were provided with outdated ed code, and so this is more up-to-date ed code sections. So if we look at this resolution, it includes three positions, that we voted upon and approved last week. So this resolution right now includes a migrant coordinator. This is the general education fund of it portion. It includes a special education coordinator, and this is not going to eliminate a position, a person per se. This will become a future vacancy. It's a future vacancy.
Right.
Assistant principals, these were approved last week under the previous resolution, and then HR analyst was approved last week, bringing the total to 4.55, which brings the overall administrator total to 12%.
So this is a redo.
There are two, half of it is a redo, the other parts are new. There's 2 parts that are new,
So-
2 parts redo.
Number 3 and 4 were already approved,
Yes,
but 1 and 2 is new.
yes.
But 2 is a vacancy.
2 is a vacancy. And 1, if I could just clarify, migrant coordinator, that doesn't mean that position's gone, it's just
Now partially funded through only migrant ed fund?
This is what's coming from general fund.
No,
So this is the part that's coming from general education funds,
okay.
meaning moving forward, that budget would need, the migrant budget would need to absorb the coordinator position, or we need to look at an alternative in regards to how to move forward there.
The big portion as to, I believe it was moved into the general fund is because they are limited to a 15% administrative cost. And much of the shift with staffing in migrant ed, even though it's 100% migrant, because of that 15%, either we help with reducing indirect costs to help bring that, because that's all admin costs. That plays into that 15%. So I'm hoping we can also be creative with how we can fund the migrant ed coordinator, because I know when it was a split position, when it was EL and migrant, it's too big of a monster, especially having the amount of ELs that we have currently and the load of migrants. It's too much for one person, and I know you can attest to that because you did it. So
Isn't this one, I mean, this is something we could talk about with the LCAP, right? Like this
We could.
directly impacts
it
the
does,
children
it
that are
does
supposed to.
impact our ELs,
Right.
our socially, socioeconomic, some of them are foster youth, some are, homeless. So this program does incorporate those populations of students.
On the special education coordinator, that's going to be a vacancy, correct?
Yes.
Let's say though we get, 10, 15 kids next year. and the demand is we need someone, we can still hire that a person if the student enrollment goes up and our director says, I have to have another. So we haven't, in other words, I'm saying if the need is there because the enrollment has increased and your director says to you, we gotta get somebody in here.
So I think first and foremost, with any position, moving forward, if there's a need and we want it and we can afford it, then that would be when we move forward. There's a lot of legalities associated with special education, and we would always keep those in mind, obviously, to not try to undo any of the progress that has been done before, but we definitely would get input from the leadership, Director Bakirin, to determine,
Okay.
what the need is.
All right, I'll make a motion that we,
No, not on this one.
I make a motion that we accept resolution 10/21/22, elimination and or reduction of confidential administrator employee services.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0. All right, the next one, Superintendent Sanchez.
The next one is Resolution 11, reserving the right to make 2021, 2022, 2022, and 2023, so this school year, next school year, employee compensation reductions. This is an ability. It doesn't guarantee that it'll happen because, of course, all of these items need to be negotiated. But what it allows is for the district to engage in conversations and publicly notify the public tonight that we potentially would want to engage in some of these options as a safety net in regards to any type of possible mechanisms that could help us with our structural deficit. So an adoption of this resolution tonight does not guarantee that this would even be utilized. And even if we vote on it, the board would determine which options to take. They would direct me and staff. We would work together and we would go through the negotiations process. It's not guaranteed, but it's an option.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, so, at this point, can we take one out, or?
You can adopt it amended if you would like.
I'm looking at D.
You can also adopt it as is and not engage in that one, not
So adopt it as
directly.
a whole, but.
Because I think what I heard you say, and this is good clarification, so if we were to pass it, I heard you say that we would direct you, I'm assuming we would have a closed session, right? And we would
Right.
direct Superintendent Sanchez, like, can you do
A.
X, Y, Z? I'm not even gonna say which letter,
Yeah.
just X, Y, Z, right?
Right.
And then, but not necessarily all, but we would talk about it.
Right.
Okay, cool.
So like with any other negotiations, I or any part of the team would not engage in negotiations with our labor partners unless directed by the board.
And again, these are only if the cuts are not sufficient that we need to go further, right? To help mitigate some of the deficit spending into next
Backup
year
plan.
or the following year.
I just have one phrase that I would like taken out.
Again, we don't like that. We discussed it in closed session and that would not be an option.
Yeah, but what if I'm not here?
What's the phrase? What? Trustee Gris, what phrase don't you like? And we could just.
On D, it's the first phrase, salary schedule movement freezes.
It's an option.
I know, I just don't like it. Everything else is fine.
Then we can talk about it in closed session. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we adopt or approve resolution 11:2122, reserving the right to make 2021-22 and 22-23 employment compensation reduction.
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? 5-0 passes. And I think that is all we have, and there is, we do have a closed session, and if we need it, and we have 11 public comment for closed session?
No.
Okay. Then do we have a motion to,
I make a
adjourn?
motion that we convene the closed session.
I second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you.